Hello, how's everyone doing today? Yo, Dan, how's it going, dude? Yeah, right now. Also, hi, hi, Yellens. Hi, Yannick. Hi, Fried Pancakes. Hi, Levinson. Still with the bragging stuff, huh? The freaking voices. How's it going, Noir? Then here to make sure I attend you are. No, I already got that sorted out, so we're good on that. Dan knows.
I think you're just a horny little boy.
Hey, Gokita. Yeah, Ragnar, can you do me a favor and shout out Dan? He may be a washed-up Counter-Strike player, but he still deserves his shout-out. Oh, also, my dog is scratching the dog. Give me a sec. There we go. Rip your blessed Omni. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? Oh, by the way, I already have Nikki's screen ready, so we can actually swap to that while we chit-chat, actually. We'll make it a little bit easier. Should be... Yep, there you go. Sorted out. We can chat a little bit. Oh, also, I need to do dailies, because I haven't done my dailies from yesterday yet. Oh, Shinjuku, thanks a lot for the resub. Much appreciated. A year already. Jesus Christ. Imagine. Want to show you my controller? Oh, definitely post that on the Discord. That would be nice to look at. Is it like a custom controller or something? So I do need to do my dailies real quick now that I think about it. I was busy editing videos and working and doing all of the other stuff that I actually completely forgot to do them. Can you imagine? So I'm gonna have to do those before reset happen. Told the person to go crazy. Oh, that's amazing. You gotta send that on the Discord for sure. Let's do real quick simulation room while we wait for people to come in. And what's it called? And also do the anomaly real quick too before before we irreversibly set my account behind again. Let's just do this real quick while we chit-chat a little bit. Yeah, how's everyone doing? We still haven't pulled, for those who are wondering, we still haven't pulled on Rouge yet. Just gonna chit-chat a little bit, finish the dailies that I haven't done. I hope you guys enjoyed some of the latest videos that I've posted. I have one on the secondary channel, and I have, of course, the latest guide, which had a surprising amount of success, I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually very surprised about that. People seem to really like the resource management guide for some reason, which to me was completely unexpected. I'm doing it because, you know, I enjoy helping people at the end of the day, that's why I make guides in the first place. But also because the Zero to Hero guide series is about, you know, bringing people from beginner status all the way to having as much knowledge as top levels. That's quite a bit of a surprise. But yeah, we'll do the polls once I'm done catching up with these dailies. Because God will I need the rock does. Still need to finish overloading stuff and whatnot. Also, I might actually overload Rouge just for the sake of having ammunition overload. Because ammunition on Nikki's like Rouge and what's it called? And D-Killer White. That's what I was trying to think about. Oh, there's overload on those Nikki's for ammunition is actually quite nice to have consistent cooldown reduction. Have you guys already pulled for Rouge, by the way? Or are you guys waiting for me to give my opinion on whether she's worth it or not? Because there's also some other Nikki's that we already know of, thanks to them being already uploaded in the files, and we can see them in game. So it's not really a data mine per se. It's more so that Shift Up for once gave us a little bit more time to 24 hours being released. I wonder why they don't do that more often actually, because that would be so much helpful. I do wonder, since my Naga died very early, I'm a little bit concerned that I may not have the damage now. I need to get better lines on my SBS, to be honest. I already tried getting good lines. Well, technically my Alice is probably the one that needs the better lines. I have been trying to get better lines as well on SBS. Though lately I've been a little bit more focused on SNEs just for the sake of all the bosses that I'll be facing in hard campaign. So there's that too. Probably not gonna happen yet. That's a reset. Naga died too soon. That's really unfortunate. Wait, is my chat completely frozen or something? Oh yeah, my chat was completely frozen. Hold on. Hold on, let me pause this. So my Twitch chat on my phone was completely frozen the entire time. I had no idea that you guys were typing. I thought you guys were just lurking. Let's see. 15-second prediction, let's go. Rocket economy, yeah. In-game volume is at 100%. Let me lower the volume then a little bit. There. If it's too loud, do tell me. Solving problem makes you happy. Grade 0 to hero video. Oh, thanks a lot, Yellens. Much appreciated. The Shiggy Wiggy. Same? Okay. So you guys are saying that the volume of the game is too loud. You're frozen for a good 15-20 seconds? What? The hell? Wait, how does that even happen? Okay. Well, at least it's fixed, I guess. Oh, so you guys missed whatever I said? Oh, wow, that's, Wait, so where did it cut, actually? Where did it cut out? Because I was talking about the Zero to Hero Guide series, and I was saying that I was very surprised by how much success that had. And that I also uploaded a video on the second channel for the Time Guesser with chat that we did last week. So I've been quite busy between that and actual, real life work. So I didn't even have time to do my freaking, what's it called, dailies. Is this working now correctly? Because now I'm a little bit concerned if my chat is frozen again. Roughly when you started Kraken. Oh. I was basically talking about all of that. I'm very surprised. I'm very grateful as well for all the support that came through that video, because I did not expect people to respond so positively to a guide about managing resources in Nikkei. It's an important topic, but it doesn't feel like something that most people would care about, if that makes sense. So I was very much surprised about that. Gaming chair too fast? Ooh, god damn it. This is gonna be a reset again. Because I didn't pay attention to Naga again. God damn it. I was so focused on thingy. Salutations. You're committing a crime by not using Red Hood today for everything. Yeah, but Kraken is a special case though. I'd rather just deal with Kraken the normal way. I'll be using Red Hood for almost everything though, because that costume is amazing. Oh, by the way, I also was asking if you guys had already pulled for Rouge, or if you guys were waiting for me to review Rouge on stream, to give you guys a rough idea of what I think of her and how I think she's gonna shape up, essentially. And we also have a few Nikes that have been added to the game files. It's not data mining in the sense that they are already in the Wikipedia, if that makes sense. So I can actually review them more calmly and just have a quick look at their kits and see how worthwhile they are. They seem a little bit complex though, especially Water-coated, distributed damage. They're not easy to evaluate this time around, I gotta say. I might have to spreadsheet game them a little bit upstream too. But they seem at a glance to be quite okay. At the first glance. I still need to have, you know, a more in-depth look both on-stream and off-stream to have a proper idea on that. But we can have a look at that later. Wikipedia leaks. Wikipedia leaks indeed. I did not expect to have a Quincy Phantom Thief altar. I'm still waiting for a guilty altar though. Out of the rehabilitation, Nika's my favorite is guilty. And it's not even because of meta reasons. It's kind of fortunate that she was meta, but she's just like my favorite out of the Missilus rehab Nikas. Also, you were asking about Union Raid. I got that sorted out. I'm not going to be streaming Union Raid this time around, so I apologize to those that were, you know, hoping for another one of those incredibly long streams where I go all the way until Union Raid, but they're not good for my health. I had been starting to have, you know, recurrent health issues as a result of these, so I'd rather just not. You know, my health comes first. As much as I like making content and streaming and everything, my health comes first. That is the one thing that is absolutely non-negotiable. I think you guys understand that, right? You forgot to update? I mean, that happens. It's fine. It's not a big update, fortunately, but it does have quite a lot of things in it for some reason. There we go. At least we got the Kraken done, so we can have that, and we'll be able to soon go into the pools as well. Just, I didn't have time between yesterday and today to do my dailies. I basically edited 2 long-format videos back to back. Not a good idea, trust me, guys. If you guys ever get into content creation, don't do that. Like, don't do that. 2 back-to-back 15 to 20 plus minutes videos is not a good idea. Yeah, how's it going, Kisa? Yo, can I have a shout out, please, for Mr. Kusa? Did you already pull for Rouge or not yet, Mr. Kusa? I'm going to pull for her soon, but... I'll also give a quick breakdown as well on Rouge. Not yet, gonna do it later today. Oh, neat. That's pretty neat. Are you ready for Union Raid? Are you gonna be... Are you ready for the Union Raid? I think you guys have been doing really good to recently in Union Raid. Like, you guys climbed up ranks recently, didn't you? Zooming 54? That's really good, actually. That's already on the pretty high end. Well, I mean, it's top 50. It's rank 54 out of God knows how many unions. There we go. I just love how these things just die frame 1 now. It's so silly. Can I go 50 or higher this time? I mean, with good organization, a lot of the top 50 to, I would say, maybe top 30 is mostly about organization. Sure, you do need some decently sync people, but you can probably compensate lack of sync with good organization, I would say. Like, if you pre-organize really well, it's perfectly doable, I think. Union Raid at the end of the day is a speed run, and because it's a speed run, it's better to have good organization. A lot of speedruns come down to pre-planning and knowing what to do before doing things, right? So you don't have to think and just go through the motions, essentially. Bro, what do you mean, pancakes? Are you surprised by how quickly that thing died? It goes pretty fast. It goes pretty fast. Dailies any percent? I mean, we're gonna have to do 2 rounds of dailies anyways, because I didn't... This is yesterday's dailies, essentially. And then I'm gonna have to do the second round of dailies as well. I'm a bit concerned between... Oh, I also need to do the Rouge story too. Because I have not touched anything. Can you imagine? I have not touched anything, story or otherwise, so... We're gonna have to go through those 2 after the pulls. Hopefully Rouge is kind to me, but... My luck has been decent lately, so I think it's all going to go downhill. I have a really bad feeling about today's pulls. Hashtag skip. Stuck at the loading screen. I've heard a lot of people having that issue, yeah. Oh. That's the usual Union Raid 2B message. Let's speed run these. Okay, so we get rocks from this too. I do need to do advice session real quick. Oh yeah, they updated this too, where you get to have like an archive of these. Too bad it doesn't seem to be retroactive though. It doesn't seem to be retroactive because I know for a fact that I've advised a lot of these way more than whatever these are. So a bit disappointed, but you know, I guess that's not one that I want to advise just yet. There we go. And okay, so we've done those. Scuff being the cast of 911. Scuff, yeah. Really wonder how long Camberley and Really will be in NPC jail. Probably not that long, actually. Because they have been part of the main story, and main story Nikas tend to come out much faster than non-main story ones. Rouge was in NPC jail for almost a year, though, so do keep that in mind, right? Let's see, so claim these. What are we missing? Enhance equipment. Oh, dispatch, right. Oh, also weekly. That's 1 weekly more or less done. Let's see the dispatch real quick. And please oh, wait. One day on a peaceful afternoon. Is anyone there? Believer. Rapunzel enters the commander's room. Believer. Rappy, Anis, Neon. Is anyone here? There is no sound. I came to see you guys. Where'd everyone go? It'd be a bit awkward to call everyone. But I'd hate to live without seeing them. I guess I have no other choice. It'd be a shame to just leave, so I'll just wait. Why don't I try and get a better sense of Believer's intimate preferences? Oh god. Oh lord. Rapunzel begins to look around the commander's room. Now the question is, where would he hide such sensitive materials? Not under the sofa, under the bed, in the desk drawer, or maybe Rapunzel approaches the jukebox. Could it be hidden behind something like this? Whoops, I accidentally pressed the play button. Music starts playing from the jukebox. This song. It's an old pop song, one that Red Hood loved. I never thought I'd hear this song again. Rapunzel looks at the jukebox wistfully. Come to think of it, this is a song we listened to back then. That one time we all came together and had a party. Rapunzel begins to recall a far-off memory. Thanks for the lurk, Pancakes. Papillon banner when? Oh yeah, Papillon. It's been over a year for Papillon, isn't it? It's been over a year for Papillon now that she has been like revealed. Because Nihilister was... So Nihilister was before half anniversary, the first half anniversary, which means that, yeah, it's been over a year that Papillon has been revealed. Maybe we'll get her soon, actually. Okay, so now we can go peacefully into the Rouge pools and then go and do the Rouge event. Okay, so as usual, I do not watch the first pool. Oh, I could put the music of the Rouge event as kind of a lucky charm, couldn't I? I know I have it saved on a playlist, so We could put that. Let's see, where is it? Could put that instead. There we go. Okay, so let's put the Rouge song for these pools, shall we? Okay. So, first 10 pool, I never look at. Everyone in the chat, please rage that we get her early so that I can save pools for all the other Nikas that are upcoming. And then I'll give you guys a breakdown as well on Rouge and what I think of her, as well as some of the new Nikas that are in the Wikipedia. So, first 10 pool. Rage, please. No scuff, please. Why are you praying for my scuff, Ragnar? You're my mod. Come on, man. I did. At least pray for me to get, so no? Come on, please be at one tap. That would be amazing. It would be absolutely amazing if it was a one tap. For a 40 Eva collab, everyone shall get scuffed with me. It is not my fault you didn't ask me to pull for you. Oh lord, that's a bad start. I had a bad feeling about the pulls, but I hope my bad feeling doesn't come to pass. So here's the second 10 pull. Hopefully it's not too bad. Oh my god. I don't want to swipe. No. Damn. No SSRs. This is like the opposite of the Eva collab. Come on. Rage. Rage. Rouge, be kind to me. Be kind to me, Rouge. Oh god. Yeah, that's not a... Oh my god. Please be kind. Please be kind. While getting your Eva collab, please rage harder, chat. Like, come on. Everyone give me your energy. Volvo, please. Like, just give me your energy. No Gamba? Wait, did we forget to put the Gamba? Oh well. RIP. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. Another non-SSR. Jeez. This is a bad start. No time for Gamba. I'm in. Oh, come on. Oh, this is getting painful. Maybe a fake out? Dude, no SSR on any of these. Oh, that's wild. I hope I don't have to ticket her, because that would be painful. Yeah, this absolutely hurts, Yellens. Oh my god. Oh, golden! Wait, golden, finally! Oh my god, that was painful. Please be the correct one, though. 2 golden. Tetra? Okay. Okay, so that's a Tetra. Okay, we got Rouge. Thank fucking god for that. Thank fucking god for that. Oh my god. I was a bit concerned with that one. And... Tetra again. Okay. Is it gonna be like double Rouge? Double Rouge, okay. I'll take the double Rouge. Oh my god. Oh, that was painful. Energy, thanks a lot, Gogita. MLB time, no, that ain't happening. I need to save. I need to save. Oh my god. We have some really good Nikas upcoming from what I've been looking at, so... At least we got 2 Rouges. 10k gems left over. I'm gonna have to swipe for the Nikas after Rouge. Oh, that's gonna be painful. I didn't want to swipe. Oh my god. Surely MLB comes up? No. No. I wanna, like, swipe the least amount possible. Because, as I mentioned in the past, I am actually saving for a VTuber model. So, I really want to swipe the least amount possible in all games, basically. Okay, so we have the limit break. So you have LB1 Rouge. Do I not have Tetra support gear? Surely I have Tetra support gear. Okay, yeah, so we can take this from Noise. Do we have Tetra gloves? Yeah, we do have Tetra gloves. We'll take these from Summer Mary, I guess. chess piece, Tetra support, we'll take it from Clay because she's never gonna see play anyways. And boots, we will take them from Pepper because she's... Oh wait, 8 is probably the better... Oh no, Pepper already has them leveled up a little bit. Think you'll try to get her with regular tickets? Good use your energy? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna overload this just to have her ready. Ooh, no ammo. Ew. Brother, ew. Brother, ew. No ammo and just charge speed? Brother, ew. That is not cool. Well, I guess I open all of these, huh? I guess that's my life, huh? Not enough currency, yep. Even with 12, it was not enough. Wait, why do I have... Oh, right, because this is my personal playlist. Whoops. Whoops, that was my personal playlist. Let's put another Belt and Weasel song. Because I quite like their... Oh, wait, the vaccine DJ set was really good. The vaccine DJ set was really good. Oh my god. Pepper isn't Tetra. Wait, Pepper isn't Tetra? Oh wait, she is Missilist. That's true. Whoops. Pepper, you will recover your boots later. I guess we'll grab them from 8 then. Whoops. Forgot that Pepper wasn't Tetra. Mari is elemental damage. I mean, elemental is good on any Nikke, to be fair. Oh wow, we're out of currency again. Oh my god. Okay, let's just open this. Man, it's expensive to overload gear, isn't it? It's really expensive to OL gear. In terms of credits. No ammo. We're gonna have to reroll a little bit, aren't we? Ooh, not... Oh wait, not enough currency again. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Wait, I don't have enough currency anymore, do I? Hold on. Please tell me this is enough. Oh, this is not enough. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I'm out of credits. Man, being credit locked is the worst feeling in Nikke ever. Oh, there we go. Some ammo capacity. Okay, so we got some ammo on this one. And we can change this one for a little bit of ammo too. Let's see. I don't need attack on her. I need freaking ammo. I guess we'll take that. That's fine. I guess this is fine. We can just cope that we will get... we can cope that we will get... that we will get what we need. Okay, so we got the S1 to level 7, but I think we need to get it a little bit higher. Although S2 also needs... because it's the attack buff too. Burst skill was attack buff. Oh yeah, the burst skill. I probably should get this before. Okay, so I do need to get the S1 a tad higher if possible. I wish I could get it. Wait, I could probably get it a little higher. This should be enough to get it to level 9. Yeah, there we go. I'm not gonna have enough books for the other one, am I? For the upcoming Nikkes. It's only 1.6 mil. You finished the Origin Dust rerun? Not yet, actually. Not yet. Still need to finish that. It's a decent amount of currency that needs to be... Oh yeah, we also... Ooh, I forgot to save an advice session for Rouge. I guess we'll see the advice session tomorrow. But for now, we are going to favorite her and we're going to gift her a little bit. Just to get her to 10, at the very least. Let's just get her to 10 at very least. Just to have her, you know, more or less ready. There we go. Okay. Is Rouge a must-have needed for solo raid? Okay, so I was going to start talking about that, actually. So Rouge is one of those that is in a very weird position. She is, in my opinion, if you can afford it, you should get one copy. However, I need to first have a glance at the Nikkes that have been added, because these, when I was glancing at their skills, they seem to be a tad strong. So 1,457 of final attack as distributed damage, with attack as final attack as additional damage when Thieves' Dagger is fully stacked. So let's just take this from the top first and foremost. But yeah, the thing about Rouge, let's just talk about Rouge first and foremost. So the bunnies had a very big issue for a while. The only reason bunnies was viable in the first place, or was good in the first place, is because of Blanc. Blanc gives damage amplification of 39%. It's in an oversimplified way of looking at it. Damage taken debuffs are essentially like elemental damage that doesn't care about elemental advantage. In a very simplified nutshell, as far as the damage formula goes. So the way you gotta view it is that the bunnies were good because, one, Blanc provided a certain degree of protection with Indomitability and healing, but that's like, I've said it many, many times again. Survivability is the least of your concerns in 99% of scenarios. Nikke, at its core, is a DPS race. So what you want to do is push as much damage as possible. Blanc, because she has this damage taken for 10 seconds that doesn't need any ramp up like Novels, for example, and it's decently high, was a very good support for quite some time. Until, other supports like Crown that give incredibly powerful buffs, etc., came around. One of the main limiting factors of bunnies was the fact that to be able to make use of Blanc, you needed to have Noir. And that is because Blanc has a little bit of a restricting factor with her burst, and that is that it's a 60-second cooldown, but it's reduced by 40 when you have a 777 squad member on the field with her. The issue is Noir, she's not bad, but she's not amazing, especially because she's mostly an off-burst support, or used as a burst support, but mostly as a support, essentially, in case you're running her with Modernia. She gives a little bit of attack buff continuously, and she gives ammo refund, but there's a lot of Nikkes that don't care that much about ammo refund. So as a result, having Noir with the bunnies was more kind of like dead weight, if that makes sense. So because Noir was a little bit of a dead weight, the bunnies could struggle in certain scenarios where you wouldn't want to have Noir, but you were kind of forced to. What Rouge allows you to is to be able to use bunnies, well, essentially Blanc, without the restriction of using Noir, because she's also part of 777 squad. So where's my Rouge at? Wait, where the hell is my Rouge at? Huh? Wait, am I blind or something? I swear to God, man. Oh, I didn't put her in the synchro device yet. That's why. Okay. So Rouge, on the other hand, she's a little bit weird. So she's cooldown reduction, which by definition means that she's going to be used in solo raid because she's a cooldown reduction Nikke in the same vein as the Killer Wife. So what this means is that she provides a very potent cooldown reduction. Now, Shift Up tried to get a little bit cute with her reload speed being slightly slower, essentially almost like 20-ish frames slower than the Killer Wife's, but she still provides a very potent cooldown reduction ability. And that is just by attacking. Same type of ability. Her other abilities are a little bit meh. I'm not gonna lie, her main saving grace is that she's cooldown reduction, burst 1, and works with Blanc. Kind of like how Noir, her main saving grace was that 1, she refunded ammunition, and 2, she paired with Blanc. So both Noir and Rouge have this thing where they have a little bit of a saving grace because they pair with Blanc. The other thing that makes her better than Noir, though, is the cooldown reduction. The rest of her abilities are max HP increased based on caster's max HP. A lot of damage taken down is cute and all, but it will mostly be relevant in heavy damage situations in solo raid. So it's kind of damage taken, as you guys know my stance on tanking when it comes to Nikke, especially for hard campaign push, for example. Tanking doesn't exist in Nikke outside of some fringe scenarios in solo raid and the like, where maybe you can make use of a little bit of the damage reduction. That will be the only place where it will really have some use. The max HP is interesting, though, because there is a mix of max HP without restoring HP, without restoring HP, and without restoring HP. Now, I don't know if this is a mistranslation or not, because I think someone linked to me that there was a mistranslation in Rouge's kit. I haven't looked too much in depth with that. But even if it's without restoring HP, if it's without restoring HP, it has synergy with enmity Nikkes, like Scarlet and Guillotine at the moment, which are the only ones currently. If that's not the case, she still has some synergy both with 2B, which is one of the obvious ones, but honestly, 2B, you guys know that I'm not a huge fan of. The thing that is interesting with this max HP, though, is that if you look at Blanc, let me just get Blanc again. Blanc's healing is recovers of caster's final max HP. See? Final max HP. So the extra HP that Rouge gives will amplify Blanc's healing, meaning that in scenarios where you would need healing, which are very rare, but think of the farther stages, for example, in I think it was chapter 24, in hard campaign, the base defense triple farther stage, for example. And in some solo raid scenarios where you would want to have that healing to make it comfier, it will have its benefit. However, it means that she doesn't have a lot of offensive buffing. And that is a major glaring weakness, because attack damage of 4% continuously is kind of cute, but it's it's kind of tiny. And attack of caster's attack she's a support, so you immediately lose 80% of its... you immediately lose, not 80%, you lose immediately 20% of its value when it's applied to an attacker with a similar stat line, essentially. So I would say you should get one copy if you care about solo raid, union raid. Campaign push can be a little bit iffy, but it could work. I don't think it's going to replace Crown and other stuff if you already have them. But if you don't have Crown, you don't have Nagatia, then yeah, she will definitely be useful for you in campaign push, because Blanc is the next best thing. She also has a little bit of this thing where she's electrocoded, but I find it a little bit iffy. You could use her, though, because SNEs with damage amplification, and then you add on top of that Ein and Scarlet, and you could have a electro-coded damage-dealing team, especially for things like Solo Raid and Union Raid. And in some weird fringe cases for campaign push. What do you mean by pretty sure it's not Kusa? So, the other thing that is annoying is you have to position her in the back row. So here's the explanation on the back row. So essentially affects self and 2 allies on both sides. So the back row, this is position 1, position 2, position 3, position 4, position 5. She needs to be assigned to the back row. So essentially you need to position her in position 4 and on position 4. Which can be a bit of an annoyance if you want to run her with Red Hood, for example. The front row refers to the 1st, 3rd, and 5th. So 1st, 3rd, and 5th. And the back row is 2nd and 4th. So it's slot 2 and 4, essentially. Okay. That's a little bit easier. So you can slot her in 2 and 4. Could be a bit of an annoyance if you're running Red Hood, but no, if it's on the any character needs HP, I'm not going to judge based on hypotheticals, right? That's the thing. I froze again? What? Am I frozen again? Wait, can you guys hear me? Where did it cut off, and what is happening with today's internet? Can you guys hear me? What is happening with today's stream? The fuck? Hold on, let me close this. Just in case it's Steam bugging shit out. Just a second ago. Where did it cut off? Because I was explaining the rows, so that's an important thing. All good for you? Okay. So, position 2 and position 4 is what is considered the back row in this game. Second and fourth red slots. So you have to absolutely slot Rouge in the second and fourth slot if you want to be able to make use of her back row effects, which gives her sword coin. So, 2 allies and on both sides in sword coin status, the damage taken down, the attack damage, etc. So those are things to keep in mind. Let me also close this out just in case. So, I could... In theory, yes, if they release more Nikes similar to 2B that scale with HP, like a good version of 2B, theoretically, yes, she could be significantly better. The problem is I'm not going to judge her on hypotheticals because at the end of the day, it's better to just judge on what we have. And yes, there is a little bit of future proofing because she has synergies with Enmity Nikes, meaning Nikes... Enmity is a Grand Blue Fantasy mechanic. The lower HP a Enmity character is, the more some effects will trigger. You can think of them as like some sort of berserkers like Olaf from League of Legends, for those familiar with that. Meaning that they get stronger the lower HP they are. So, assuming that this is not mistranslated by the English translators, HP without restoring HP is Enmity synergy. So, for example, currently we have Guillotine and to some extent Scarlet, but they're not like amazing examples of it. How the hell is Rouge 14k power at level 1? Oh, she's 944 full, well, almost full overload. So that gives a lot of power. So those are like the main characteristics of Rouge. Now, I was saying that it's kind of cute that she's Electro because you could in theory build Rouge plus Blanc plus Essenis plus Ein plus OG Scarlet for a solo raid Electro-oriented team. And that could work. So it's kind of cute that there is that. I'm not a huge fan of the idea that some people had of running her with Exia, but because to me, Exia essentially, like the ideal Electro comp, Exia, what she needs is a burst 2 cooldown reduction buffer. That's what she needs. Once we get a burst 2 cooldown reduction buffer electro-coded ideally, that is good, you can run Exia, that cooldown reduction buffer on the burst 2 slot, and then Essenis, Ein, and Scarlet. Essentially. So that's kind of the idea behind Rouge as a whole. Let me just add her to the... let me just add her to the outpost. She's good, and if you have the resources, you should get one copy because she will definitely be useful just on that cooldown reduction alone. However, a lot of her abilities make her a little bit like a weaker D-Killer wife. Kind of. Is the stream freezing again? Or, wait, what? It shouldn't. The bitrate is fine, though. I don't get it. The stream is yoinking your internet to close real quick. Oh, okay, so it's in your side, is it? Finally, Elysian superior to Tetra? What? We barely have any Elysian Nikes. Now, what I was also going to look into was the latest Nikes that have been added to the Nikipedia. And these two are complicated, to say the least. DKW over Rouge, yeah. Honestly, yeah, I would say so. Now, these two Nikes in the Nikipedia are weird, to say the least. So let's take it from the top. When hitting a Raptor with a normal attack, if the Raptor is not in calling card status, she will reduce the defense by 32% for 5 seconds. Defense down is kind of cute. I've mentioned it many times that defense is one of those things that are not super important in Nikke. The only place where defense has ever been relevant has been one specific Rapture to some extent and not even. And the glass slippers, mirror container. Nothing complicated about Alter Quincy's shooting post too. Just spinal complications, yeah. So the places where this gets a little bit spicy though, when hitting a Raptor with a normal attack, if the Raptor is not in calling card, affects self, she increases her hit rate by 25%, and it stacks up to 3 times, lasting up for 5 seconds. So she can go up to basically 70-something%, 77%, 76, 77%. I'm too tired to do proper math right now. That's a lot of hit rate, which means that she will have her radius of shooting incredibly reduced. She's an AR Nikke, by the way. So this is relevant in the sense that she will gain so much hit rate that she will be able to do proper core damage hitting. Now, activated when hitting a target with a normal attack if the target is in calling card status. So the previous one were in not calling card status. This is when in calling card status. She gains 75% attack damage, but for 1 round. That is iffy. 75% attack damage is huge, but as we've seen with Asuka, it also reaches diminishing returns pretty quickly. And for a singular round, it means that you're just going to have 1 big hit, and it's It needs to synergize with additional stuff. Machine go, yeah, exactly. So now, when Thief's Dagger is fully stacked, affects the target in calling card status after the stacks are removed. She deals 84% of final attack as additional damage. Calling card status is removed after the effect is triggered. So she has a little bit of something similar to Christmas Ludmilla, but with more conditionals. Now, when Thief's Dagger is fully stacked, she gains 12.86% increase in distributed damage, stacking up to 3 times, and it's after the stacks are removed. So you need to go up to max stacks, remove them, go up to max stacks, remove them, go up to max stacks, to get essentially 36, well, a little bit more, but let's say 38% increase in distributed damage, which will go directly to her burst, which is pretty big increase. So that's a little bit of a neat one. Although it is a damage type buff, so it also stacks with attack damage and will hit diminishing returns because of dilution, since you have damage type abilities in the damage formula. And after landing 10 normal attacks, she increases her attack by 85% for 5 seconds, and also increases her distributed damage by an additional 31.92%. So, in a Rapture, not in calling card, yoink. So this gives the calling card status. And then when hit a Rapture, when not in calling card status, she also gives herself the Thief's Dagger. So 3 stacks every time you hit it. Calling card status. When hitting a target with a normal attack, is it every other bullet then? Hold on. Activates when hitting a Raptor with a normal attack if the Raptor is not. So you will gain this for 5 seconds. And if the target is in calling card status, essentially you will have 5 bullets. Yeah, exactly. It's weird. So bullet 1 will give calling card status. Bullet 2 and 3 will stack Thief's Dagger, and then bullet 4 will give will consume. So every 4 attacks she will deal 84%, And every 4 attacks, she will stack this. That seems a little bit odd, doesn't it? Three different raptures in 5 seconds. If the raptor is not in calling card status. Oh, this is tragic, isn't it? Because these kills her viability for bosses, doesn't it? Hold on. If this is how they... Yeah, it's not in calling card status. This is tragic if this is how they designed it. Because what would happen is, if you use her against a boss, what ends up happening is that you're going to hit the boss, it's going to gain calling card for 5 seconds, and then it's going to gain 1 stack of Thieves' Dagger. Oh, wait, no, hold on, because depending on when... Now, if it's applied at the same time, you will never be able to stack them. Read the third portion of skill 1. When hitting a target with a normal attack, if the target is in calling card status, affect self, increase... Yeah, if the target is in calling card status, so that means here, she will gain this here. So these two are permanent, essentially, on a single target boss. Defense down for 5 seconds, and this. I don't know if 75% attack damage continuously is enough, though. Let's see. So, hitting a raptor with a normal attack, if it's not in calling card status, we gain hit rate stacking up to 3 times. This is silly. Hold on. So what would happen here is you would attack a rapture, give it calling card status for 5 seconds, gain an attack damage basically for the duration of those 5 seconds, for those 5 rounds plus 5 rounds after the duration of it. But it's not going to expire because you're going to be hitting the same boss. So you will have a permanent 75% attack damage buff. Now, the thing is, you would not have a skill 2 as a result. Every 10 normal attacks for 5 seconds and 10 seconds. ARs have a... Let me just double check my spreadsheet just to be sure. But I believe they have more than 10 per second in terms of bullets. AR have 12 bullets per second. So theoretically, you could have this permanently stacked, assuming you have the ammunition for it. Or you just reload quickly enough. Yeah, it's 1.2 per second. It's 12... no, it's 12 per second, actually. AR is 12 per second. AR is 12 per second. So this is essentially going to be permanent on a boss, an attack buff, a distributed damage buff, and defense down. Defense down is kind of whatever. As I mentioned, defense down is mostly relevant when you're dealing with something like Mirror Container. 99% of scenarios, it's completely worthless. As outside of solo raid, at least. So, I'm not a huge fan of the fact that you cannot get Thieves' Dagger on single target bosses, though. This I'm not a huge fan of. On Harvester, this is going to be quite relevant, though, because you can just hit the mobs on the ground and you're good to go. But when it comes to single target bosses, I'm not a huge fan of the fact that half of her kit is disabled, because that is a huge down. I guess she will need testing, but she has potential of being a meta water DPS because she just doesn't have competition, though. So very high chance that she will be a must pull one of, unless Quincy is better. What if calling card falls off on its own? Does it proc skill 2? So if calling card, let's say that calling card doesn't get refreshed, but rather, let's just imagine a world where you can proc these separately, if that makes sense. So if you can proc these separately, calling calling card would fall off because it doesn't get refreshed. You would get one hit while having Thieves' Dagger, and you would be able to stack it. In that very unlikely scenario, she would be incredible. She seems on paper to be incredibly strong. It's 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds, won't it fall off? Yeah, it would fall off, but it would be instantly refreshed by the next bullet. So if you have this weird situation where you would have a gap in between these two, where you could stack a Thieves' Dagger while refreshing the calling card, and essentially not have half of her kit disabled, she has potential for sure. She absolutely has potential for sure. Even without that, because there is such little competition on water code damage dealers. So let me just give you guys a quick idea of what we are dealing with in terms of water code, right? Damage dealer-wise, we only have Dorothy, which is a burst 1, and we have Winter Ludmilla. That's it. That's all we have for damage dealers on the water category. Now, what's interesting is that if she's good enough, Summer Mary may see a resurgence just because of her ability to provide damage a strong element for water code Nikes on top of additional buffs for water code element Nikes. So you could see a resurgence of Summer Mary, depending on what we have. Invisible Emilia. Emilia is dog shit in PvE content. I'll stand by that. Emilia is really not good for PvE. Now, Quincy Escape Queen is a B3 SMG Nike. Now, I've already told you guys in the past, don't judge a Nike by her weapon, judge her by her skills. SMGs are arguably the worst weapon in the game, but her skills could make up for it. So let's just have a quick look at this. Distributed damage activates only when Explore Route Stage 1 is fully stacked. So we'll have to see. Activates when Explore Route Stage 2 is fully stacked. Damage dealt when attacking core. So distributed damage increase continuously for herself. Damage dealt when attacking core, so that's core damage bonus 25%. Okay. And 3, we have a crit rate increase. That's arguably the worst out of the 3, though. So probably distributed damage is the best, followed by damage core, and then this one. And all of those are selfish buffs, by the way, so she doesn't have team synergy so far. Activates after landing 2 normal attacks. That's SMGs shoot very, very quickly, by the way. So just for reference, SMGs shoot 20 bullets per second. Just as a frame of reference, right? So affects self. Affects every phase vary. Previous effects trigger repeatedly. So it means that 2 normal attacks... This has to be a typo. 2 normal attacks means that she will trigger this 10 times within a second. Oh, can I have a shout out for Mr. Dark, please, Ragnar? World's only Nika player, Alter Quint is shooting pose. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. So this has to be a typo. Like, otherwise it means that you would stack it 10 times before. You would stack it 10 times within a second. Unless it falls off or something. So hit rate increases, stacks up to 10 times and lasts for 2 seconds. So you could stack this. Essentially, you would get 13.6% hit rate and 24.5% attack bonus. Once you fully stack stage 1... Oh, okay, so hold on. So you would trigger this... So within a second, you would get stage 1 fully stacked. Within 2 seconds, you would have stage 2 fully stacked. And that would be 27% additional hit rate and an additional 49% attack. And within 3 seconds of attacking, you would have an additional 20% hit rate and an additional 35 plus percent attacks. So 35, 70... fucking 90% attack bonus permanently as long as you don't run out of ammunition. As long as you just don't run out of ammo. Got Jinx on Rouge Bulls? Yeah, it wasn't that good, Dark. I used, like, what? 10 rainbow tickets plus 10 plus K gems or something. It was pretty bad. But this means that within 1, 2, 3, give or take 3 seconds, you would fully stack this, wouldn't you? Well, a little bit longer, actually. Hold on. So this would... Oh, thanks a lot for the resub, Ali. Cheers for a year of epic streams. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. It's been a year already. Can you imagine that? It's been a year? That's wild. Yeah, pull one more time, but need more gems. Yeah, I'm gonna need gems for these too. So, 2 normal attacks. So, you would need 20 normal attacks to fully stack this up. So, that's 1 second. Then you would need another 20 normal attacks, which would stack within a second. Unless these stack separately, but I doubt it. And then, yeah, it would stack within like less than 3 seconds. It's a bit weird to see that it would stack in less than 3 seconds there. When he was stalking Time Guesser. Blimey, who's this? This is Quincy, an upcoming Nikke that has been added to the Wikipedia. So, when she bursts, she grants herself attack damage plus 57%. That's massive. Wow, Shift Up really loves their attack damage recently. And she increases her reload speed by 25%. So if you run her with something like a Privity, or if you run her with something like a Crown, or things that give increased reload speed, you could go for 1-frame reloads on her. And she also deals 1,736 of final attack as distributed damage. It's not huge, but on single target, this is going to be massive. Especially once you stack up all of these together as well. Looks like we're getting 2 meta water... As far as water code goes, meta DPS Nikkes, actually. Also, let's see her shooting pose. I'm assuming it's going to be... Oh, that is... that is the outfit. Jeez. Oh, it's the same as Volumes, isn't it? Oh, look, she has a little card on her back, too, for the calling card. That is a shooting pose and a half there, I gotta say. Mother of God. Water solo rating coming? Yeah. Quincy finally out of crap you did jail, yeah. Got the Catwoman, yeah. It feels like Cat's Eye if you guys have ever watched that anime. It's pretty much Volume's shooting stance. But it looks like we're getting essentially 2 pretty good water-coded Nikkes. Now, I will have to do testing because paper versus reality are 2 very different things. Depending on how the calling card plus Thieves' Dagger work, she might be obnoxiously strong. So Elysian might get finally a good, like, meta DPS, finally. And Quincy seems to also be very good. The thing as well is, as I mentioned, water-coded Nikkes, we just don't have much to play around with on that front. So those 2 seem pretty strong. Says your first liberated unit, really? For me, it was Guilty, actually. Guilty was my first liberation Nikke. So they're basically giving us 1 Nikke that is somewhat you must pull, which is Rouge. Rouge is actually going to be relevant in solo raid because just because of the cooldown reduction, actually, if you think about it. And then we are gonna have... also, I need to do very quickly... So what I'm going to do is... I hate to do this, but we're gonna have to do again the... I skip the story and we rewatch it later. Because otherwise I'm going to run out of time. Oh, thanks a lot for the follow. Kagaraja. That sounds Latin American. Is Red Hood skin claimable now? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it's free. We might as well put Red Hood on. So let's just showcase what I mean by this. So there you go. So this enables ridiculous crap like this, right? Because Noir now has been kicked out, so now we can compensate that. There's also a survey giving free gems. Oh, I'm gonna need to do that later, yeah. Is Nikke my main game on Twitch? Used to be, still kind of is. I do stream Nikke pretty frequently. And my YouTube channel, the main content on my YouTube channel is Nikke related. I make Nikke guides and whatnot. So yeah, most of my content has been Nikke for a while. I'm also an official content creator for Nikke. Oh, thanks a lot for the follow. Much appreciated, Aize. Oh, by the way, if you guys haven't checked out my latest Nikke guide, I will link it here on the chat. Especially if you guys are like new players. Even veterans could use my even veteran players could use my my guide actually, because it's meant to go from beginner to veteran essentially. There, and we're gonna put this here, yoink, and gonna pin that. And we're gonna just manually unpin later. There we go. Wait, what? Pinned the wrong message. Fucking... Dude, Twitch is trolling me today. There we go. A new player can play say it again. That'll be fucking hell. You're the official creators refer to Ali's guides. I still feel Sky is better than me though. But yeah, I try to make quality guides. So, let's get these out of the way so that we... Okay, so always remember, position 1 or position 2 or position 3 is considered the back row in this game. Always keep that in mind. That will be quite important. Okay, so we have no choice but to use Noir here. We have no choice but to use Noir here. That's fine. Oh, I could probably use Ein for screen wiping there. But yeah, they just have no time to do 24-hour non-stop testing. Yeah, basically. We can chuck it together. So we're gonna have to skip the story this time around because I don't want to miss out on daily rewards as a result of me being busy making the video. But yeah, I make guides for Nikke when I have the time because I'm not a full-time content creator. I'm too small for that. But I do try to keep pace with Nikke guides. One time you missed full burst weekend, never again. Yeah, exactly, dude. I still kick myself about that one. That could have been freaking 18 rocks, man. I still kick myself about that. Video. Time to kill things as fast as we can. Oh yeah, we are absolutely gonna murder the crap out of this. Now it's gonna be interesting is to see Rouge's burst in action. Once I'm going to go into the shooting range to do a couple of tests for Rouge. I'm very much curious about how that's gonna pan out. But yeah, Aize, are you like new to the game or have you been playing for a while? Not a full-time content creator, but you're a full-time waifu streamer, maybe? That's one way of putting it. But not full-time. Full-time Phasmo avoider. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of getting scared, but I like Phasmophobia as a social game with people. I just don't have the time to collab lately. Newbie veteran. That's a good way of putting it. When Phasmo? I might stream it one of these days, honestly. You guys have been asking for Phasmo so much, I might actually stream it. Phasmo with viewers? I mean, we could do that as long as you guys behave. You guys really like trolling me too, though. I really like Red Hood's dress, though. Like, look at all the details. It's so good. A little bit weird, the thing on her back of the head, though. You look for tarot cards, you look for summoning circle. True. Absolutely true. But that's the thing, right, isn't it? Okay, so I really hate skipping story, but I really don't want to... So, crack jokes while Ali is dying and getting sent to the Shadow Realm, yeah. I definitely could organize that on a weekend or something. For next week, I already have Talking Tuesdays stream planned out somewhat. So we're gonna have a few kind of social games going on well, not social, but, you know, variety going on Tuesday. I'm probably not gonna stream FF14 on Tuesday, just gonna focus on some variety games, but I'd definitely try to schedule Phasmo on some other day. Okay, so we got those down. We got those down, which is really neat. So, at least we are not missing out on today's reward because I just didn't have time to do this. If anyone is looking into getting into content creation, like, just take it from me, don't edit multiple freaking long videos at once. It's gonna kill you. Okay, I definitely want some of these, though. I'm more interested in skill books than anything else right now. Because I need to up some skills. Also, I'm gonna need to get this Jinx player special title. So let's see. So what are we missing out of this daily rotation? Specifically. Is it Tetra Tower today? Because maybe we can do some testing on Tetra Tower with Rouge. Since my Rouge is already... Yeah, it is Tetra Tower. Okay. So we can quickly do... So I was mentioning in my guide that I personally prefer... Oh, and I can also kick Summer Rosanna out. Because it is honestly more interesting to have a team like this. And this way, Summer and Nice doesn't get screwed over by Noir existing. Because Noir actually hard griefs your Summer and Nice. Okay, this works out. It's better to focus on one vid at a time. Absolutely. Like, don't do multiple long form videos at once. It's not good for your health. I didn't see. So I don't know if I didn't see the HP bars go down. Either Blanc healed back so quickly that it just didn't show up, or the skill is mistranslated, and then she doesn't have any Enmity Nikkei synergy. Weird. Have we finally abandoned Noir? Noir in TR, basically. Like, Noir is fine with bunnies for certain team compositions, don't get me wrong. She is fine, and you could even run Rouge plus Blanc plus Noir on things like Modernia comps, just for the sake of having infinite ammo. But if you're talking about, you know, stuff that doesn't care all that much about getting infinite ammo, or things that actively want to avoid having ammunition refund, then yeah, absolutely, you will just never see. You will just never see Noir played with Blanc again in those specific scenarios. Right, that's the thing. Do you get triggered by people pronouncing 777 squads incorrectly? Honestly, it's fine. I butcher names on a daily basis. Who am I to criticize people? The long videos in one sitting. Also me doing 3 Facebook CCs. Don't... Jesus Christ. Why would you do that to yourself? Oh my god. Yeah, I absolutely wouldn't recommend that. But yeah, there's definitely... like, there's potential as well to run things like Rouge with Blanc and Asuka. Because Asuka gets so much damage type buff if that makes sense, that you hit diminishing returns pretty fast. And because you hit those diminishing returns really quickly, you don't need attack buffs, you don't need damage type buffs, so attack damage buffs, for example. Well, what does that leave you with? Well, elemental damage, but we don't really have that much in the elemental damage department. And damage taken debuff. And damage taken debuff is the best thing to pair with Asuka, essentially. And Nikas that have similar situations too. So I'd wager, for example, in the upcoming water solo raid, we're probably gonna see some of those things paired with Blanc plus Rouge because of the damage amplification. Or damage taken debuff, if you prefer calling it that way. This is so much easier. Non-French people derp. Dude, like I'm in no position to criticize how people pronounce stuff. But yeah, SNES is being when SNES has access to Cleave. Is Evangelion unit Nikas? I mean, after all, they're kind of human. I mean, I guess you could count them as such, but I'm just calling them Nikas for simplicity's sake. Stage 300, yeah, we're getting we're getting there. I've been way too lazy with my tower pushing, honestly. I could be significantly higher. I've just been completely I've been lazing around when it comes to that. On the other hand, I'm pretty happy that we finally got chapter 31. The French people are supposed to be mad when people butcher French. No, that's mostly with just Quebec French, that's about it. But Quebec French is an abomination, so that's kind of a special case. I'm gonna need to get, so I'm assuming this is gonna be Crystal Chamber again, isn't it? Crystal Chamber round 3. Oh my god, I hate this so much. I hate this game so much. Ellie being Ali, yeah. Oh man, I hate this game sometimes. Why do they put Crystal Chamber back to back? Like, I mean, it pushes me to upgrade my electro-coded Nikas. So for example, I've been upgrading my SNEs slowly but surely. But man, like what is up with them and that? Oh, we could copium this. We could copium this, and nope. Rip. I'm gonna save some rocks for the future Nikas though. Crystal Chamber, I love him. You don't like molding on Crystal Chamber 3 separate times, dude. But by this point, is just like, why not make a new one, right? Wait, did my music just cut off? Oh, okay, so the DJ set ended. Okay. Maybe there's going to be a cheater in the event story in the finales. It would make sense. I mean, there was kind of a cheater as well with the 777 bunny event though, so that would be a repeat of that. I still need to read the event, so don't spoil me the event. In the meantime, we can just do the... Ooh, hold on. Hold on. Is this enough to get Rouge her final piece of OL gear? Is this enough? Maybe that will be enough to push Rouge into full OL territory. Nope. Not enough items available. Okay, so now it's the gear itself that we're being limited by. Spoiler, Hosher Font dies. We can save Hosher Font.
Do you have a humiliation face?
It's fine. Account review. Okay, I can organize that for a bit. I'm surprised you wanted an account review. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for after reset. Yoink. I kind of want to see the Red Hood story though, if you don't mind first. Okay, there we go. So those are done. Let's continue with the Red Hood story. I'm surprised you want an account review. Is it like a flex review or is it like an actual account review? A victory celebration. Why are we doing that? Why else? To announce our victory to all who will hear it. I ask again, why? It's not like this is the first time we've won. And the war is far from over. We don't have time to be throwing superfluous celebrations. I mean, it's for morale. I agree. Would be wiser to spend this time cleaving more raptors. Only then shall our winning streak continue unabated. It's the first time we've had so many successive victories in such a short span, so they feel it's cause for celebration. There's been a dearth of positive news since the raptor invasion first began, so this is a breath of fresh air. It gives us an opportunity to talk about hope and victory, and reason to smile again. So you can add to your list of plans beyond OL Exium and favorite item Piper. Okay, fair enough. I presume that's their thinking behind organizing this event. I may grasp the viewpoint, but I get where you both are coming from. However, since this event is a gesture of appreciation for our hard work and is meant to with good intentions, let's all try and have a good time, alright? I wonder if Lily Vice will be playable eventually. Very well. Yeah, okay, if you insist. Alright then, that'll be all. We'll gather at the main hall of the headquarters at 7 PM tomorrow. Dismissed. I've got some free time, so what should I do? Oh, and by the way, I feel I shouldn't have to remind you all, but this isn't any run-of-the-mill party. It's a soiree prepared in our honor, so remember to dress appropriately. What? What do you mean by dress appropriately? We all know what it means, save for one person. To have to dress with such formality, how dreadfully tiresome. I understand, don't worry. Why do I feel like I'm the only one who didn't know about this? Alright. What is it, Snow White? Why so glum? I don't think I'll ever get used to these kind of events. Commander ain't getting any slack, true. What was the road held paved with? Good intentions, always. I do hope we get to play Lil Vice, though. It's totally normal, everyone feels a bit awkward at parties. We're all in the same boat. I think it's especially bad for me, though. I find it extremely uncomfortable being around so many people. Ow. My goodness, I can see you withering like a dying flower before my eyes. That's it, I can't leave you to your own devices and sink into a vortex of self-doubt. How about you and I go shopping? You and me? Of course, with all the party preparations, there is bound to be plenty of new tasty treats. Why don't we go and treat ourselves to something? I'm buying. Always lure her with food. EP time? Yeah, have a good night, fried pancakes. Thanks a lot for dropping by. Treats. Alright. As for the rest of you, I'll see you tomorrow. Lil Vice and Snow White leave. So what exactly do they mean by appropriate attire? I shall pay this no mind. Instead of wasting time on such formalities, I shall further my training. Scarlet is just doing whatever the fuck she wants. Why is no one answering my question? I have quite a bit to prepare, so I'll get going as well. See you later. Up for Red Hood. Last pull, wish you luck. Yeah, best of luck with your last pull. Oh no, poor Red Hood. Seriously, is no one going to tell me anything? I'll also get a move. Rapunzel. Yes? Help me. Oh wait, she's getting help with Rapunzel. That explains the dress. What would appropriate to wear for the party? Something put together, maybe. Put together? What does that mean? You know, clean and tidy, something like that? I am so lost. What are you still standing here for? Don't you have things to do? Oh, Dorothy. Perfect timing. When they say appropriate attire, what do they mean? It's exactly what it sounds like, appropriate attire. Okay, but can you be more specific? An outfit that wouldn't look out of place at a party. You mean like not standing out too much? Exactly. Like what you're wearing, Snooty Dorothy. Please just call me by my regular name. Dorothy's gonna beat the crap out of Red Hood if she keeps that up there. Better luck tomorrow? Yeah, have a good luck. Let's do get some help. I mean, Rapunzel is probably not good help for this. Ah, yes. What I'm wearing tomorrow now would be fine. Is that so? Red Hood? I got it. Since they apparently have new supplies coming in for the party, I'm sure I can find something suitable to wear. Wait, what? What do you mean? There's no time to waste. I've got to get going. Where are you going? Wait, what is she up to? Shopping? Wait. Red Hood darts out hurriedly. I've got a bad feeling about this. Me too. I got a real bad feeling about this. It's Rapunzel. What else can we expect? Absolutely. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. Roll call. Here. 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 Is Red Hood not here yet? Red Hood? What's she doing? Oh, Lilywise is gonna get pissed. I told her not to be late. Well, I can't exactly say I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised either. Should we head in anyway? Alright. Sorry. I told you not to be late. Red Hood? Why are you dressed like that? Pray tell, what is the story behind these garments? What? You said to dress appropriately, didn't you? I was worried that's how you'd interpret it. What the? How come you're all dressed normally? I thought you said to dress appropriately. This is appropriate attire. Oh wait, military uniform they meant, basically. But it should fit the party. We're soldiers, yeah. Isn't the uniform we wear during missions considered formal attire? But I don't wear a uniform when I'm out on missions. The clothes you usually wear are the ones you've been in ever since you came off the assembly line. If you ask me, I'd say that's your uniform. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I don't see why you're so upset. That dress looks good on you, fucking Dorothy. You're looking more and more like the object of your obsession. Me? Indeed. Oh wait, she's getting double tagged. Not pretends why rebellion war not reached its end. Yet here she appears in full splendor and eagerly so. She got double tagged. Wait, Scarlet and Dorothy both agreed to bully Red Hood. Ain't that amazing? Red Hood kill is super good, like Tiamat from Destiny. True! It does remind me of that. I saw a JP player also talking about that on my Twitter feed. Okay, for those who don't know, by the way, let me just... let me show you guys what both Caesar and I mean, essentially. So let me show you guys One Sword Tiamat and why we say that it reminds us of that. Because not everyone played Destiny Child. So this is Tiamat from Destiny Child. Right? Do you guys see the resemblance with Red Hood? So this is Tiamat from Destiny Child. And Red Hood is... let's just get back into... let's get back into here. To celebrate you becoming a debutante, I'll brew some specialty just for you. Considering how much you've dressed up for the occasion, you might as well start the party. With you all decked out like that, you'll make a grand entrance for sure. See, this is... see the resemblance? They plagiarize themselves. That's one way of putting it. That is absolutely one way of putting it. But yeah. It does look a lot... shift up, rift up, shift up. But it looks like Tiamat from Destiny Child for sure. Would you all stop talking? Why should we? You're always telling us things we don't want to hear. Oh, they're all getting their revenge on her. And now you're saying we can't do the same? That's hardly fair. Poor Red Hood. You look like you're gonna explode. Your face is so red. Not just the face, but the entire body is deep crimson. Is that why you chose to that red dress? You may be onto something, Scarlet. Oh my god, the double tag bullying. Gotta love that. She's your hero. Dude, Dorothy is amazing. At this rate, I'm gonna have mine just leave. And go where? Come here. Let's go in. Of course, Lil Vice is gonna force her. We're the guests of honors. We can't have you MIA. Now, come on. We're already late because of you. But I don't want to. If you're really that embarrassed, I could lend you a mask. Covering your face might help you feel less self-conscious. That's even worse. Even if you do wear it, it's not like people won't know who you are. How could they not? That color is striking. I can't do this. I just can't. We're late. Let's go. Gotta freaking love it. Go to chapter 3. Never meet your hero's moment. Dude, Dorothy is amazing. Red Hood gulps down a wine by the glassful. Amazing. So this is what decent wine is supposed to taste like. Could you try to exercise some decorum befitting that dress you're wearing? What do I care? This is how I am. I'm sure there are plenty of others like me out there. It's fine, let her drink. No, that's not a good idea. Don't let her drink. Why? Why would you let Red Hood drink to her heart content? She's gonna get drunk and cause an issue. Really did well with your speech, Lilith. Yeah, it was amazing. Thanks. Yeah, you should have given your speech dressed like this. Don't be ridiculous. At any rate, I'm happy to see a new side of you for a chance. Lilith, yes? Can you come over here for a second? Excuse me, everyone. I'll be right back. Oh. Lilith leaves and heads further into the bunket with the commander. Ooh. Lilith and Commander sure seem busy. Well, they're the heroes behind this recent string of victories, so everyone wants to talk to them. Yeah, real heroes are always busy. I'm not even the real heroes. Why am I in this ridiculous outfit? Forget it, I'll just drink. She's gonna get drunk and cause issues. 100%. Knowing her lore is irrelevant, she will still kill you if she wants to. That's true. For Red Hood, though. Red Hood, are you okay? No, I'm not. Wish I could go back in time and convince my past self to never come to this stupid party. Wow, you look great, even if you're getting a lot of attention. I don't care whether I look great or not. The real problem is all the attention I'm getting. I mean, she does look striking in that dress. You gotta admit. You're that guy. You're the I can fix her guy. Well, still, everyone keeps saying how pretty you look. Doesn't that feel nice? Are you being serious? Why don't you wear a dress next time and see how it feels? I'll even pick one out for you. I'd rather not. See, you wouldn't like it either. True. It's like you said, being pretty isn't the issue. Exactly. This stupid dress is so uncomfortable. I like the small detail that they added to her skin, that she's not used to wearing high heels, so she has like band-aids on her heels. There's so much going on, it's caused plenty of whiplash. True. Yeah, this hem keeps getting in my way and I keep tripping over it. These heels are killing my fit too. Stop whining. The more they whine, the more they'll draw eyes of those around thee. Let them look. I'm painted red like a damn bullseye. They can't not look at me. Screw this. I'm taking these shoes off. If I'm going to stand out, I might as well be comfortable while I do it. Please don't. Oh. An emergency alert. Yeah, so we're gonna have a fight, aren't we? Raptors approaching the base. All combat personnel report to your positions. Everyone, prepare for deployment. Roger. Time to get back to work. You're not going to try and fight in that outfit, are you? There's no time to change. Wait, imagine trying to fight an actual battle in that outfit. But I'm going. Red Hood dashes out of the banquet hall. Red Hood. She couldn't wait to ditch this party. Seems like it. Let's head out then. You can fix Guilty? Dude, Guilty is also very much unfixable, isn't she? Oh, so we have 3 battles over there. Okay. There come the 3 battles. I should probably try to use a goddess squad team, shouldn't I? Oh wait, no, they already made that for me. Imagine how washed I would be if I freaking messed up. If I messed up this one. No burst 1 or burst 2. I mean, Red Hood is just gonna burst these things to the ground. Now the question is, oh yeah, they're all freaking Iron Weak too. I don't even need to freaking burst just yet. I love how she's just complaining about her clothes the entire time. Oh wait, I meant to burst with Red Hood, but that works too. Dude, I just love how she just complains about her clothes mid-battle. It's really a fun... there's also like that detail, I'll show you guys later, the heels. Makes you wonder what the story would have been if the other outfits won. Honestly, yeah, I wish they just gave us all the outfits, but that's... Good job, Snow. I meant to use Red Hood B1, B2, B3, but I mean, it works out. Not having access to my usual Red Hood feels weird though, because the lack of ammunition, for example, makes her significantly less comfy to use. It's not the end of the world, but it's like less comfy for sure. Okay, so this one we do need to kill. There we go. But man, I like these stories, honestly. I wish they gave us more of these dresses. Or like community free stuff, right? At least give all the outfit stories. Would be nice, honestly. Iron Weak, you don't see a trouble bursting with Small White. I mean, yeah, but it's faster with Red Hood. Small White is not that strong as an EK. She's usable, and she's definitely more than usable for newer players. But there's a reason she doesn't see that much play on the higher end. Like, she's fine, but she's not insane. She's like, you know, the meme, like Modernia at home. Let's put it that way. She's the Modernia at home. Okay, for this one though, I'm gonna have to... No, I'm actually going to just go with this. Although it probably would have been wiser for this to just burst with SBS. Honestly. Would have probably been wiser to burst with SBS. Because this one is Wind Wake, and Scarlet Black Shadow is just demolishes these things. Oh, let's just pop its head out there. There we go. There we go. But yeah, no, it's just faster to kill them with Red Hood, is what I meant. Nothing like big Snow White one-shotting everything with a super critical. True. Good job, everyone, especially you, Red Hood. You did well in that outfit. Anything is better than staying at that party, even fighting raptors. I've never been so glad to have a bunch of them show up. Your dress is all dirty though, and the hem is all torn. Who cares? It's not like I'm going to be wearing this ever again. Why not? I thought you'd be keeping it for the future. No thanks. Not a chance. That's too bad. At least I finally got to see you all dressed up. Yeah, that's true. We don't really get to see Red Hood act like a proper lady, ever. Yet at least I take a picture for posterity. Absolutely not. I do not want to leave any evidence of this humiliating sight. I can't stand it. It's such a shame there. Beg all you want, but I'm not budging. Can you at least wear it for a bit longer? Like Snow White said, it really is a rare occasion for us to see you like this. Why don't we go back and enjoy the party for a while longer? Are you seriously suggesting that we go back there? I had more than enough attention for today. I'm done. Why are you so worried about attention? We're just going to have fun amongst ourselves. Just us? Everyone else has been evacuated, so there's no one else left. There's still some food left, though. Why don't we go have our own party? Oh, that's pretty sweet, isn't it? Yeah, I've seen the new Nikki and Phantom. I already reviewed them to some extent. They seem to be quite strong on paper. I'm going to have to do some more in-depth analysis, but at a first glance, they look like they will be water-coated meta Nikes, especially for solo raid. Can we eat all the food there? Of course. I'll let the organizers know that we're staying there, so feel free to eat your fill. Was too crowded before, this is most welcome change indeed. You said it, now we can finally relax. This is great, it'd been great, it'd been a real waste to have to throw all this out. So I saw this photograph over there earlier. Can I play a song I've been waiting to hear? What song? I'm pretty sure it's that old pop song. You betcha it will. Just as I thought, you really know me all too well. It's not hard to predict. How come you want to listen to that song again? Because I like it? Fine. If that's what the star of the evening wants, let's all listen. It seems like I'm not the star. Let's go. But yeah, I looked at Phantom and at Quincy as well, the Quincy altar outfit. And both are the Quincy altar, basically. Both are actually, both seem pretty solid. Both design-wise and also strength-wise. Both seem pretty solid, honestly. We went back to the party and listened to this. For the first time in a long time, we were free from worrying about others' judgments or the weight of impending missions. It was just us listening to music. Red Hood sat down on the floor in her dress, much to Dorothy's dismay. Snow White tried to help Red Hood up, only to get caught in a headlock. Scarlet tried to act disinterested in the party and wanted to train alone, but got dragged in by Lilith. Of course, Lilith is gonna drag Scarlet. Meanwhile, the commander looked on with a chuckle, amused at how this eccentric group was called Goddess of Victory. I laughed too as I watched. All of us ate, drank, and were merry. It was our own little party. Such wonderful memories. I never thought I'd hear this again. I thought only Red Hood liked this kind of music. Well, she gifted it to us, didn't she? But to hear it again in Believer's room. The world is indeed full of surprises. Red Hood. I can't take it. Rapunzel sits down on the sofa. Until Believer comes back, just for a while longer, I want to hear it again. Rapunzel sits on the sofa quietly enjoying the music. As the music plays, she reminisces about the precious memories with her dear friends. Might as well play the Red Hood song, the new one. Oh, that's true. Hold on, let me just fetch it, because I also have it on my... I also got it on YouTube, I believe. Let's see. Oh, wait, he didn't post it on YouTube. Wait, Cosmograph hasn't posted it. Is it on the Nikkei? Is it on the Nikkei EN? Because it's not on Cosmograph's YouTube. Oh, there it is. Found it. Let's put this. Oh wait, is it already? It's actually a pretty good song, actually. Can you guys hear it all right? Or is it too quiet? I really like the Red Hood song. It really fits too. I just love the faces of the rest of Goddess Squad too. It's really funny. Like the little detail of the little Goddess Squad members, like Snow White is just freaking vomiting. Scarlet is just like pissed off. Lilith is like kind of proud mom. And the other two are like, what the fuck are we looking at? Yes, nobody's just barfing rainbows. How's it going, Dark Knight Fire? It's nobody's just barfing at this. It's really funny. I do want to have a look at something though. So if I were to put Rouge, right? Now, if I put Blanc, she will also heal up, right? I'm just curious about something with Rouge. So it's of the caster's max HP, so I should definitely try to increase a little bit some stuff. 10% of caster's max HP, using burst for 5 times. And then we have this too, which is max HP and max HP without restoring. So this would be 21%. Double sword coin. So we would need to reach 5 bursts to see it. I'm actually curious to see if it actually is without restoring HP or not. You hadn't noticed the Snow White? You saw the 2 new Nikas and you was, okay, sign me up. The 2 new Nikas look pretty good, honestly. The 2 new Nikas look pretty cool. Let's see. So our objective is going to be to just burst 5 times in a row. And see our HP, see how much our HP diminishes. If it doesn't get reduced after 5 bursts, then that means that it's not without restoring, that it's with restoring HP and not without restoring HP. Also, we have the advantage that because we have SNEs, Rouge is just going to reload decently fast. So she has very little downtime. Might as well just leave the Nikki playlist, honestly. So that's 2 bursts. That's the 3rd burst, so 5 bursts is pretty deep into the fight though. It's like halfway through the fight at the very least. It's like easily halfway through the fight, isn't it? She's a real long haul unit, yeah. We should start seeing the effects soon. So let's see. How far are we? Coin flip, conflip, game master, game master, game master, showtime, sparkling boost, sparkling boost. Okay, so we're not there, quite there yet. Yo, Clau, how's it going? I'm pretty good, thanks for asking. How's your day been so far, Clau? So we should be getting to the 5th burst on this one, right? Yeah, it does seem to be without healing, because I saw the HP bars decrease a little bit before getting healed by Blanc instantly. Which means that it is without healing. See, the HP bars decreasing it. So yeah, she will have some synergy with enmity Nikas, but then again, Blanc heals back up, so it's not like super ideal. Probably the enmity synergy with the HP is kind of cute, but you'll probably see it when you're not pairing her with when you're actually not pairing her with freaking Blanc. For those specific Nikas. Back to speedrunning dailies, yeah. Good stunning again, but kind of nervous about the first Void you are. Oh, it's super easy. Don't worry about it. Void has this huge advantage that as long as you just keep in mind your damage numbers and just do your thing, you're good to go. It's really nothing to stress about. Like, don't worry about it. Yeah, as expected. I mean...
私たちの勝利ですね。
I mean, the Rouge extra HP definitely is kind of useless. It increases Blanc's healing, but it's kind of Chloe and Void. Yo, how's it going, Lenny? Ragnar, can you do me a favor and shout out Lenny, please? Yeah, Chloe is in Void now. So I guess it's still not like the best of ideas to run. I mean, you could run Rouge, but you could just run something else. You have watched Dan's attempts a few times already, so you kind of know. Yeah, exactly. You'll be fine. You'll be completely fine. Now, I could run Rouge with this, and we would have instant reload with almost everything being Electro. But, I don't know. I don't feel Rouge. I mean, I guess it's better than putting DK Wife, though, in the sense that you can save D Killer Wife for something else. Another UR day, another Void versus Snow White opportunity. That's gonna be interesting. I hope there are not too many fuck-ups this time around, or slowdowns, so that we can see proper Void speed. I'm actually curious how much Void has improved in terms of... So we're having... So what I'm trying to look into is how much is it worthwhile to run... Wait, I could run Rouge on the other slot, actually, now that I think about it. Now, what makes it Giga uncomfy is the fact that if I want to run Scarlet, I don't want to have... So if I want Rouge to affect them... Now, in this case, it doesn't matter because Crown in this position doesn't really matter. But it will be relevant if you're trying to do something like Naga Crown. Wish we would create elemental inventory for Omni and see the real speed. I wish to. I hope you guys like... I would love to see what would happen if Omni like did a like proper serious run, if that makes sense. Like, I'm very much curious like how much that would be. Like, what would happen? So we're having near infinite. Maybe if I had a little bit of extra ammo, we would have no issues. Yeah, if we had a little bit of extra ammo on Ein, we would have full-on infinite shooting. So maybe one extra ammo line would be nice here. Or maybe if Rouge, for example, had one extra level on her first skill, so that it's consistently maxed out. I'm not like super convinced though. I'm not like super convinced about this. Oh, by the way, your SBS is kind of broken right now. Oh, what lines did you run? Are you running now, Lenny? I need to look at that too. Good test to see where Void would be if they were in a union. That's true. I still think Void would easily make top 10 unions in NA. Like, genuinely. I don't think Void would not make the top 10 in NA. Now, where in the top 10 would be the real question, though? Am I planning to live Void? Not really. I mean... Where would I go if I left Void? The only place I would go instead of Void would be Omni. Like, that's the only other place. And I'm pretty content with being in Void right now, so... I have no particular reason to live. Could join Omni when he gets Scarlet. That would be funny. No, the only reason Omni would ever accept me as a player would be if I decided to become a pilot, which I have no intention of doing so at the moment, so... Before reset, make sure you buy batteries. make sure you buy batteries before reset. Let me go and check. Are they discounted or something? The damage is pretty decent actually in this situation. Yo, the damage is actually not that bad with this team comp. Like for full-on Electro, it's actually pretty usable. It's actually pretty serviceable. It's actually pretty serviceable if you look at it. Trust you don't want to miss out on the 50 batteries. They upgrade to 15. Oh, they upgrade now to 15. Okay, yeah, then definitely. Thanks for the reminder, Tini. I forgot they patched that up. Good. Alien Void is the best. Okay, so let's see. So we need our Resilience batteries. And we need our Bastion batteries. There we go. After that, I don't have any particular need for any other batteries, to be honest. So those are the only two ones. Yeah, they now upgrade beyond. They now upgrade beyond level 10. So for example, if I were to go into, I think my Alice has. I like Nihilister's song, but I'd rather listen to. I'd rather listen to this. Do I not have a playlist for this, though? Interesting. I'd rather listen to this song than Nihilister. So now cubes go beyond level 10. So before that, I personally never bothered leveling them up. Wait, why can I not? Before then, I just didn't bother. I didn't bother leveling up to level 10 because it would be a waste to just wait for batteries, essentially. Quantum for PvP enjoyment. I guess I'll have to go here. Oh, so why am I getting extra ranking Elysian? Okay. Interesting, but sure. But yeah, no, before there was no point in getting level 10, honestly. Because after that, you just had batteries sitting in your inventory that were completely worthless. But now you can go beyond level 10, so definitely worthwhile to do so now. You like my new YouTube video? Thanks a lot, I appreciate it. I saw your comment on my latest YouTube video, yeah. Click the cube. Well, I clicked the cube earlier. Did I forget how these cubes work? Let's see. Oh, the cube itself. Cube enhancement. There you go. Yeah, you're right, Ragnar. Thanks a lot. Not a level 10 cube? No, it was completely pointless for me to buy them, honestly. Why do you think I have so many... Why do you think I have so many of these at the moment? Like Union chips. I was essentially waiting for either a very busted cube to be added, a very busted rehabilitation Nike to be added, or them expanding upon the cubes beyond level 10. Otherwise, I would have dead batteries from Solar Ray. You're still sitting on 180k, yeah. Yeah, personally, I bought some batteries in the past, so for different cubes. As a result, my cubes look are a little bit higher level on average, right? So I have level 9 Resilience and Bastion, but I also have like level 7 on some of the other cubes, like Quantum Cube, which I bought batteries for, or Onslaught Cube, which I bought batteries for in the past. Also, I wasn't in a top union until half a year into my Nike playing. So there is that too. Also, we have new archives apparently. Oh, Dirty Backyard. Okay, so we can unlock that. What are your opinions on the new coming water units? Oh, I was talking about it earlier. I can talk about it again. It feels like they're going to be somewhat meta. That's the thing. So the very... Whoops, claim that. So the very first thing that comes to mind is water Nike-wise, the only useful ones that we have DPS wise, right? I'm talking pure primary damage dealers are Dorothy and Christmas Ludmilla. Beyond that, we don't have any useful Nikkes. So as a result, they already have decent ratios and abilities. The question is, first and foremost, this is the biggest question mark, is how does Calling Card interact with Thieves' Dagger? I was talking about it earlier, is if it works like I think it does, half of her kit will not trigger on single target bosses. If it works like I think it does, it means that half of her kit on pure single target bosses will just not activate. Now, if it doesn't, if there's like a weird gap delay thing between Calling Card and the Thieves' Dagger application of stacks, which would allow you to apply the stacks and consume them on single target, she will be incredibly powerful. Otherwise, she would be serviceable, essentially. She would be good, serviceable, but maybe eventually replaced by a better water code DPS, right? Quincy, on the other hand, I'm a little bit confused about her, whether or not this is a typo, because 2 normal attacks means that stage 1 would be fully stacked within 1 second. Stage 2 would be fully stacked within the second of the fight at perfect frame rate. And stage 3 would be fully stacked essentially 2.5 seconds into the fight. Permanently until she reloads. So you would have 2.5 seconds. You would want to have as much max ammunition on her as possible to just delay her reload as much as possible. Although her reload time is 1 second and she gets reload speed. So if you put her into a reload speed team, you could essentially have permanent skill to uptime at max stacks within 2.5 seconds of the fight. So I don't know if this is a typo or if the stacks work in a different way. But essentially you have stage 1, every 2 normal attacks. Stage 1 fully stacked, stage 2 fully stacked. So this would mean that she would get 13.6% hit rate plus 27% hit rate. That's already 40% hit rate. 80% hit rate baseline. 80% hit rate permanent baseline. Not 80%, fucking 60% hit rate baseline. And the weird thing is she would also get 24.5 plus 49, so 674. 74, essentially like 100% attack buff, wouldn't she? Yo, how's it going, King? So she would be having 180 attack baseline. And she would also have damage dealt when attacking core, which is relevant because she's getting fucking a shit ton percent of hit rate, meaning that she would actually hit the core. And then she has like distributed damage up and attack damage up. So she's basically hitting on her own damage type buffs with distributed and attack damage. There will be dilution, which will then apply to her Great Thief, which means that in single target she would do a lot of damage. Quincy looks to be quite strong, honestly. She looks to be quite strong unless there's something that I'm missing. 5% of attack as damage. You can compensate that by having a dole on her as well, so that's not an issue. And if you go to SMG, if we go to something like Soline, what is her attack at? It's 5 points. So she has the same attack ratio as Soline. So, and also you can increase her attack damage ratio by equipping a dole, right? So normal attack damage multiplier plus 9%. Increased by 9%, rather. So Rouge Better Walk on Water took you 33k gems to get a single copy. Sheesh. That's almost as bad as me. Jesus Christ. Well, that's worse than me, actually. That's actually worse than me. Never mind. But yeah, so that would be Quincy, and then there's like a few question marks with her. So pending testing, I would say at least get a copy because she looks to be quite strong. And Phantom looks to be quite strong too, but the main question pending testing is how the calling card interacts with her Thieves Dagger. Because when you hit a Rapture that has no calling card, you would put for 5 seconds calling card. The defense down is cute. We all know that it's completely worthless outside of Mirror Container. And even then on Mirror Container, you probably wouldn't bank too much on it. And then you have the hit rate that stacks up to 3 times, which would allow her to go laser focus levels of MG, because that would be 75% hit rate in a natural state. But that is when hitting a Raptor with a normal attack if the Raptor is not in calling card status. The fact that it's not in calling card status, and the fact that you would need to... It's 5 seconds and it's 5 seconds here. This is Thieves Dagger, by the way. Would mean that either they need to desync somehow because either auto-attacking doesn't refresh one or the other, or you would need something, or you would need multiple targets. I hope to God that it's not that you need multiple targets to hit, because then half of her kit goes offline. AR Nika's auto attack at 12 per second, so it's incredibly easy to keep that up. Now, when hitting a target with a normal attack, if the target is in calling card status, 1 round will get this. So does this refresh, or is it once per calling card status? This is another question mark that is very big. Right? This is a very big question mark, is does this apply every time you attack in calling card status, or is it per calling card status, meaning that you need to wait for the 5 seconds to expire before you apply the next one? Because that is a huge difference too, right? The problem with Nikke is that they don't have wording as clear as Magic the Gathering cards, so you never fully know how the kit works until you actually test it. But if it works in a way where it's every time you hit during calling card status, then that means that all these rounds for these 5 seconds will be with that extra attack damage. So that would be 12 times 5. That would be... fucking hell, I'm tired. 60 bullets, assuming you don't reload. Plus 5. Because you would be hitting 1 time... plus 1. So it would be like 61 bullets, essentially. And now there is the Thieves Dagger when fully stacked. Once you get those 3 stacks, which, by the way... If this stacks normally and doesn't require you to hit new Raptures, with a normal attack, this would stack up to 3 times. Basically 4 times per second. Which means that this would trigger 4 times per second, which makes me think that you need to hit a Rapture, either let it expire, which means that you would have to wait, or you need to hit multiple Raptors. If it applies 4 times per second, that would be insane, honestly. But I genuinely doubt it. And then when you fully stack the Thieves Dagger and consume them, you get 12%, which stacks up to 3 times. 30, let's say 38% for convenience sake, increase to distributed damage. And then after landing 10 normal attacks, affect self, attack 85%. This one, you can actually keep 100% uptime, because we strike 12 times per second, and it lasts for 5 seconds. And we have 60 ammo. Though we do have a reload time of 2 seconds. That is a heck of a long time. So you will need to either run infinite ammo, because 2 seconds, just for reference, by the way. Let's use Guillotine as an example. Guillotine is 2.5 seconds. So 2 seconds is quite slow. Quite slow. How was the Scarlet reload speed? 2.3. So it's like 0.3 seconds faster than Scarlet. That's not very fast. Right? So there's like a lot of question marks in here. Now, assuming you can do like infinite ammo shenanigans or instant reload, this will be essentially permanent uptime. Even with the reload speed, it will be permanent uptime anyways, or near permanent uptime. So you're kind of okay with this. And then the final attack on single target would be amazing. On AoE, it's kind of, well, distributed damage is kind of meh on AoE, technically. So Fanta needs to spray and pray manual control. It seems to be the case, yeah. Fanta and Quincy looking good. We got Persona 5 with getting a Persona 5 collab. Yeah, that way the game doesn't EOS. They found the cheat code. Although I would say that Quincy is closer to Cat's Eye. Is closer to Cat's Eye collab rather than. So those are the ideas behind those two Nikas, in my opinion. Also, how's it going, Lone? Pending testing, they seem to be good water code damage dealers. It doesn't say much because we don't have good damage code dealers beyond Dorothy and Christmas Ludmilla does. So that doesn't say a lot. But at least we're getting some that are usable, on paper at least. At least on paper, they're usable. Oh yeah, we need to do the dailies though. We're getting Catwoman from Batman and the female Phantom of the Opera. That's another way of looking at it. Reset already happened, so anomaly should be reset, right? Yeah, anomaly is reset. There we go. They are very much looking great, at least in appearance. Also, can I get a shout out for Mr. Unsane, please? How's it going, homie? You're not streaming today, Unsane. And a very mid Miranda skin. Oh, I need to look at the skins too. Yeah, I haven't looked at the skins yet. I've been way too busy between, editing the new video, the other new video, and just working in general. So I still haven't looked at that either. Yeah. Okay, so we have all protected there, so we're good. Sometimes I consider just desyncing the cursor just for the sake of striking this thing, but I'm too lazy to do a proper fight. Eventually we'll have to. Why is SBS not doing her job? SBS is just straight up not doing her job. Jesus Christ, this might be bad. This might actually be bad, because if we get Tentacle Slam, that's pretty freaking bad. And I'm also really playing poorly, Alice. Is it because I'm dropping frames due to Nikkei memory leak, or am I just playing poorly today? Okay, so Crown is the one that needs some protection. Okay, there we go. And now we just go into Tuni is gonna complain again that I'm not using the comfy Summer Sakura strat, but it is what it is. Dies of cringe. Oh, good lord. I knew it. You don't like when I do this. You did, but you rated Kusanagi. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. It's just unusual to see you around this time, that's why. Oh, man. Did I pull Rouge already? Yes, I did. I did pull for Rouge. It didn't go very well. I had to use 17k gems, I think, or something like that. And 9 rainbow tickets. But at least I got her, so there is that. I already started testing her a little bit. She looks to be in the ballpark of strength that I expected, so I guess I'm not washed up on freaking evaluation just yet. Essentially pull for her just to have a cooldown reduction Nikki that goes along with Blanc to replace Noir. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that they gave her a bunch of HP related buffs though, but if we eventually get another chibi type Nikki that is actually good, then the problem is that game design wise it would make sense to make one such Nikki good, because you're essentially how many of you play League of Legends actually? Let me just start the question here. How many of you play League of Legends? Like, how many are you unfortunate enough or commit self-harm on a daily basis? You want your 2B booster? You used to? Okay, so the reason why it would be a bad idea to create a meta Nikke that is like 2B type of thing. You used to play it and casted it in your community. Wait, you used to shoutcast League of Legends in the Philippines? Season 6 you stopped? You also stopped in Season 6. Oh, that's perfect. So you know exactly what I'm about to talk about. Out yourselves, League players. I know that Lenny is lurking and that he is a League of Legends player. Bro got Diamond recently too. But yeah. So there was this item. So for those who play League of Legends, if I say Cinderhulk meta, what does it bring to you in mind? If I say Cinderhulk meta, what does it tell you in your mind? Okay, so here's the fun thing. You don't want to have tanks that also scale from defensive stats and actually do proper damage from those defensive stacks for a very simple reason. It creates a situation like the Cinderhulk meta in League of Legends. Meaning that you have a Juggernaut that just doesn't die and does as much damage as a primary DPS, which is incredibly unbalanced. That's why abilities like 2B, where you gain attack from building defense, are incredibly dangerous if not balanced properly. That was toxic Amazon's player. That you're old. Fuck you. Fuck you, Radon. But what this means is that scaling damage from defensive stats is a very dangerous thing from a balanced perspective. Because essentially, why would you build a damage dealer if your tank is essentially a damage dealer and just doesn't die? So I have my doubts about Shift Up ever creating a meta version of 2B. Like an actual meta version of 2B. Because that would mean that that they're essentially unbalancing the game with something that also, by the way, will continuously scale. Because the more HP the Nikke gains, the more she converts into attack. Purely because she's double dipping. She's gaining attack from leveling up, and she's double dipping into her leveling up HP. So they scale and they can just completely scale out of control, in theory. Stat based on stat, yeah, exactly. Now, if they... Yo, how's it going, Tycoon? So if they go with an idea like that with Cinderella, where they give a very good scaling on, say, both HP and defense, and convert that at a good ratio into attack with good skills, or into damage with good skills, it could be incredibly dangerous because it would create a Nikke that is, depending on how she is built, impossible to power creep. Because she would just scale as you level up and as you gain more stats and as you overload her just passively by double dipping. It's incredibly dangerous in terms of game balance. It's okay, they can just nuke her normal attack damage. That's what ended up balancing 2B, by the way. Well, they overdid it a little bit, to be fair, but that's what ended up balancing 2B. So for those who don't know, let me just show you guys, actually, before I do the arena. So for those who don't know. So the normal ballpark attack of an assault rifle Nikke is around 12%. Privity has a little bit higher than average, but it's in the ballpark of 12-13%. That's the average, let's say, auto attack damage of a AR Nikke, see? It's somewhere in that ballpark. Now, if you're going for Defender AR, so for example, Folkwang, she would be in the average ballpark. So for example, Blanc has 13.65, and then you have Folkwang that has 14. Okay, no, it's actually 13%. My bad. I misremembered the exact number. The difference being that 2B, instead of having 13% basic attack damage, she has 5.99, less than half of that. And as a result, a lot of her damage got completely kneecapped. Because the scaling of her abilities is not enough to compensate that damage loss from the auto attacks. Just not enough. So, if she had average AR auto attack damage, her auto attack damage once she stacked her burst would be in the same ballpark as a fully stacked OG Scarlet. And OG Scarlet has 27% of attack. There's diminishing returns and everything, so it would be lower still, but she would be significantly closer in damage to OG Scarlet. And we're talking this back when freaking Nier collab happened, so that's a year ago. So if they made a more meta-oriented with good scalings and everything, it would be incredibly difficult to dislodge her just because of how she would passively scale with you leveling up. They should do that for Cinderella. I wouldn't be against it. Need a Tetra Attacker glove from Mirror Container, and you got one from Mirror Container. Anomaly Interception, I love you. Dude, Anomaly Interception is amazing. Anomaly Interception is fucking amazing. When do you foresee SBS being dislodged? SBS could get power crept. It is possible, but it's incredibly unlikely, just because they completely overdid it with her stat line. They completely overdid her ratios, essentially. Like, they absolutely overdid her ratios. The thing that makes Scarlet Black Shadow incredibly stupid is how quickly she strikes with very hard-hitting abilities. So you go from 250 to 500 to 750. During burst, that's every 3 auto attacks that she does all of this nonsensical damage. That gets buffed by 115% attack and increased charge damage. Charge damage is kind of cute, but it's still there. So she auto attacks quite hard with her S1, on top of, her auto attacks actually fucking hurting because she's a rocket launcher. So she's gonna be very hard to dislodge, but it is possible. But at that point, everyone else would be unusable. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they completely overdid it with Scarlet Black Shadow. They absolutely overdid it. But, she's solo carrying wind-coded DPS now. Wait, this costs credits? Oh my fucking god. Are you for real? Are you for real? This actually costs freaking credits too. Do I even have credit boxes to... Oh yeah, I do have some credit boxes. Bro. Leveling up cubes also costs credits? Why? Brother, why? Oh, that's so disgusting. I hate that. I hate being credit locked. I hate being credit locked. Also, what music is playing? Oh, Mother Whale. I wonder how many people's PTSD this music has been triggering since earlier. Let's just put back the DJ set. Someone's broke. Yeah, credit poor, man. Like, that's not a fun situation to be in. Honestly. Ooh, we are going to be able to increase the elemental damage quite a bit, too. Also, we got extra slots as a result, too. Which means that we can equip more Nikas with cubes, too. So I'm quite fond of that idea. Wait, why does Med Privity have this? I guess we could equip this instead. Snow White still has that. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Mod definitely needs this instead of that. This is fine. This is fine. Rosanna having that cube is kind of funny, but it's whatever. Let's see. What else am I missing on? We could give her... I guess not Onslaught Cube, though. Yeah, I guess this is fine for now. Do I have anything else that I would want to give Onslaught Cube, though? There's one of the poors now. Dude, I ran out of so many resources when leveling to 441. It's... The credits cost ramps up so nasty after level 400, it's actually gross. It's so nasty. Let's see, who currently has these cubes equipped? I mean, Doro definitely could use that, though. So you could use that. Wait, couldn't I use Rouge instead of DK? I'm gonna have to look at DK Wife's buffs and the other buffs too. What do you get for ignoring tower? I mean, well, till you see how many slots you get at level 11. Wait, let's see. How many slots do we get at level 11? Hold on, let's see. Level 11 plus 2? Bro, 2 slots. That's insane. Wait. We get 2% extra elemental damage and 2 extra slots? That's wild. That is actually wild. That is so good. That means that freaking juggling around those stupid slots is not gonna be a thing anymore. That's amazing. Also, let's do an advice session for Rouge. I get to meet a wide variety of customers when I'm working at Coin Rush, and sometimes it's hard for me to control my emotions. What do you think I should do? Trying to hold it in and stay professional. Don't hold back and say something. Is that right? Somehow I think that would only make the situation worse. So I guess it's holding it in. Talk about difficult customers. Okay, gotta get rid of these stupid dots because I hate having these dots, honestly. We'll watch them at some other point, or I could even make a video on them. But for now, I just need to get rid of these because I hate red dots. I absolutely despise red dots. Let's just get rid of these. And there. There we go. I could gift a little bit extra to Rouge. Well, never mind. We do need to advise other Nikes, though. Time for you to bed. Yeah, have a good night, Mr. Unsane. Thanks a lot for dropping by. What is the max level of cube? 15 now. It used to be 10. Now it has been expanded to level 15 for max level. So my cube guide is a little bit outdated now, which is weird because I made it like a few months ago, but that's what you get for making guides, I guess. Oops, not you. I still love how some people believe that she will be usable. I love how there's people that came to my comment section believing that she would be eventually usable. Without, you know, a treasure or something to freaking boost her. And even with a treasure, I just don't feel she will be all that usable unless they make a incredibly busted treasure. It's something that lives in my head somehow. Because it's weird. Oh wait, we're out of attempts anyways. Is Rouge as good as predicted? Yes. She's exactly within the ballpark I expected her to be at. Which is... pull 1 copy. Essentially. Cooldown reduction is incredibly potent. So for solo raid, union raid, and the like, you will want to have a Rouge. The ability to separate Blanc from Noir is also an insane plus. There is also that extra benefit where you can create now a electro-coded team that, that allows you to, wait, why do I have still a new thing here? Clay is very usable to increase your max possible level in the synchro. True. That's essentially her only use. Oh, episode viewing. Oh, that's why it's that's what was pinging me since earlier. You'll have 60 blue tickets after this event. Could use some of those to test your luck for her. I mean, yeah, you could absolutely do that. There's also 2 water-coated Nikas that look to be pretty decent, so there is definitely some debate on how much you should pull for Rouge. I personally would still say you need to get 1 copy of her because she's a support. Supports are significantly more future-proof than damage dealers. And generally speaking, you wanna have those future-proof. Especially cooldown reduction is so hard to come by. Like, good cooldown reduction is hard to come by in this game, so you will want to have a Rouge. And because Blanc is still pretty good for solo raid, union raid, and the like, you will make use of her. Her saving grace is basically cooldown reduction and Blanc being so good. That's like, those are the two main saving things that save Rouge as a Nikke, in my eyes, at the moment. Now, if they release a good Nikke later, you know, like a good HP scaling Nikke, like a good version of 2B, then yeah, definitely she will even increase in value more. Really don't want to use gems on her? I mean, that's fair enough. Clay Copium, Summer Neon Copium, Query Copium. Wanting your waifu to be viable is endemic? Oh, absolutely. I just find it really funny that some people just try to argue with me against reality, essentially. Like, the main thing that cracked me up is the fact that they were just arguing against reality. That's the main thing. It's like, I understand the wish for your waifu to be meta and everything, but, you know, there is this thing called reality, and the reality is those Nikkes are not good. By their numbers and everything. That's why you need to make a disclaimer in your guides. I mean, I think I'm pretty clear on the fact that you don't need to go full-blown meta every time, honestly. I guess we're gonna go with this instead. This should blow him up. Will you be watching the Wuwa 1.3 livestream tomorrow morning? Ooh, I don't know. I wanna stream it, but at the same time, it's during time that I'm usually working, so that's gonna be a bit rough to do. I would love to stream that though, I'm not gonna lie. Because I'm very much looking forward to the Blackshore event. It's just very bad timing for me. Very, very bad timing. Also, did you guys do the Lunar Festival event in Wuwa? That was a lot of fun. I love those like festival management things where you get to go hang around with characters and everything. That's my cup of tea type of event. I will keep you guys posted on Twitter and on Discord though if I do decide to stream it though. I would say unlikely at the moment, but you know, I'll keep you guys posted on that. And there's so much to do lately in these gacha games, man. I swear to God. Wait, what kind of team is this? Well, I guess it's the I'm gonna feed freaking Scarlet. Oh, hydrate. Thanks a lot. Also, I need to do Tooney's account review. So we'll finish these dailies and go into Tooney's account review too. Fortunately, you redeemed it pretty early into the stream, so I can actually plan out towards it. So let's see. Let's just yoink these. And there we go. Thanks for the hydrate again. The Nikke daily stuff does feel pretty cumbersome sometimes. It's pretty fast to do. To me, the thing that feels cumbersome when it comes to Nikke is that there's no breathing room. There is just no breathing room. It's one event after the other, after the other, after the other. And the events are not even that long if you think about it. This event is like 2 weeks. And then we're going to have another event. And then 2 weeks later, we're going to have another event, and so on. Right, so it's going to be very... The release pace of Nikke of new Nikkes is very, very fast. Not all of them are very good. Most of them are actually not that good. And, ooh, Sharks, thanks for the resub. Much appreciated. How's it going, brother? 5 months, damn. Damn, 5 months. Time flies, man. It's wild. Have you been? Have you been playing The War Within, by the way? I was actually considering getting The War Within. Good, how am I doing? Pretty good. Been busy as hell, though. 12 to 15 minutes is your dailies record. I mean, on stream it looks like dailies take a while for me, but that's mostly because I talk a lot and, you know, I'm streaming, right?
最高のプレイ
You
をお
play
見せ
really
しましょう
casual. Okay. How casual are we talking? Because casual for you is not like the average WoW player casual, let's put it that way.
今負けてた
Like, are you pushing 20s again? Or are you just like really taking it slow? You do a Q once in a while, okay. Okay, fair enough, because... But I've been considering getting into the War Within. I've been hearing a lot of good things
さ
about
っ
it.
さと帰って最後まで楽しもうぜ
It's definitely something that I'm considering. I hear like a lot of good things of War Within. Synchro level might be a good indicator. That's
さっ
true
さと終わ
too.
らせましょう
If you're lower sync level, you definitely do take longer to do certain specific dailies.
どうか私にこう
But still, to me, the part that makes Nikke feel so cumbersome is that
リロ
we have so many events. There's like no downtime period, so there is no like,
ーダ
you know, chill farming day or something where you just do your dailies and you're done. You also have to do the event and all of that crap continuously.
先生
Gotta say, on
皆さん
Holy DK is fun, but you also play BDO. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, isn't there a Berserk collab with Black Desert Online currently? I think I saw some news related to that. Isn't that crazy that Berserk is collabing with a Korean MMO? And with BDO of all things? I actually like that there is a constant release of characters even when you don't give a shit about the content. I appreciate the continuous stream of content for sure, but the pace feels a little bit too fast.
リローダ
If instead of making it every 12 days a new Nikke and a new event, they could make it like every 2.5 weeks or something,
離れていてください
it would definitely feel a little bit better. At least for me. Because there is like solo raid, union raid, new Nikke, new event, like every
幸運の
fucking
先って言えますよね
12 days or so. Video had a collab with Bugatti before. I forgot about that. Fucking Bugatti collab. Like, what the hell were they smoking with that one? I guess there are some big whales in BDO though, but still. Like, man, a Bugatti collab with an MMO.
ゲームを
Can you
始め
imagine
まし
if,
ょう
like,
か
I don't know, World of Warcraft freaking decided to do a collab with luxury brand? Like freaking Chanel or freaking, I don't know, Ferrari or some luxury brand, either of cars or clothing or something. That would be
今見つけ
wild.
てた
Tours you want now are yet to release, so they keep churning.
さあ温泉を楽しみましょ
The CEO wanted a Bugatti, that's the only reason? That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I mean, the thing is, to me, the constant stream... And the problem is, if it was like one character at a time, it would be manageable in a sense. Now, I'm not a free-to-play player, so to me, it doesn't affect me as much. But they sometimes release double or even recently triple banner. Like, what is up with triple banner release, right? Like, triple banner. Were they so desperate for cash, right? It's like, god damn. Like, triple banner. Should I pull for the new character? Yeah, how's it going, Shin? Wait, you're a sub now? Yeah, you were gifted a sub by Mr. Dark over here, so don't forget to thank him. Yes, I would say yes. The triple banner idea was awful. I agree. I despise the fact that they went with triple banner. Or at least that they didn't slow down the pace a little bit because of the triple banner. They just didn't give a shit. I would say yes, especially if you have Blanc. The thing about what's her name? About Rouge is that she's a cooldown reduction Nikke. And cooldown reduction is hard to come by and incredibly useful. Being able to rotate your bursts faster is such a powerful ability that you just want to have it. It's way too powerful not to. We're almost there. So I would say yes. When you gifted the 5 gifted based. When you dropped the gift bomb the other day. What do you mean one? Did you already forget that you gifted subs? Good with saving gems and lucky enough when pulls is free to play, so you may have a bias. Well, the thing is, yeah, you can... If you get lucky, you're kind of fine-ish. But the pace is definitely going to eat away eventually. That's the thing. It's just way too fast pace of a release schedule. Does streamer write Nika fan fiction? No. That was an imposter, you're stingy. I mean, I don't know about stingy, but I still appreciate those gifted subs. The only issue is that we don't have materials at the same rate we get Nikas. Yeah, exactly. So materials are so slow to get that you're permanently behind on them too. So skill books, rocks used to be the case too, and still is to some extent. Like rocks, even though we have anomaly interception and we have a much faster rate of getting rocks and everything, to get really well built Nikas, you're still going to be at a deficit. Thanks a lot again for the gifted base. Much appreciated, man. I appreciate it. Just make sure that you still have money for eating though, for food. Don't end up on cup noodles because of me, Dark. I would feel really bad about that. You have a question on Kraken? Sure, Isaac, feel free to ask. Sure, ask away. I already skilled her. Where did all the skill manuals come from? Oh, I save up skill materials. What teams and stages does she excel at? So the thing about her is that she allows you to use bunnies without Noir, which is bunnies with Noir is technically a limiting factor, no matter how you slice it, because Noir doesn't provide as much value as, for example, having something like a Maxwell on the off burst would do, for example. You can also run her on things like the instant reload. Instead of DK Wife, you could just run her on the Crown team with SNEs and Ein. That's also an option. And you can even do better because Crown, you can shift her around and stuff. Your blue power on Elysian Tower. Is Bunnycom viable to 7 on Kraken? You don't have much wind or summer characters. It's gonna be rough, but it's feasible. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be very rough, but it is feasible. Now, you can even do something like this, right? Technically. Although my recommendation would probably be to run a team that looks something like this. If you want like more on the electro-coded side of things. Because she does provide cooldown reduction and she provides buffs that are usable by the electro team. She provides attack damage, even though it's very little, and she provides attack of caster's attack, even though it's not a lot either. So she doesn't provide much in the way of buffs, but she provides something. I would still say DK Wife is probably the better Nikke overall. But if you want, I can do a test, Aize. If you don't have much of wind or summer characters, it's gonna be very rough. I'm not gonna lie to you. So pierce damage, she gives some attack damage, but for 10 seconds, and she does do damage and increase damage to core. So she does give pretty okay buffs, but there is a chance that Rouge could be useful, just with the fact that 1, she has continuous attack damage, and 2, that she provides some attack buffs. Although DK Wife is still probably better, but you never know. She also gains damage from this. No SBS equals forget it. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that idea. Do you not have Scarlet Black Shadow, Aize? Because bunnies, yeah, definitely you could use bunnies for anomaly. Although I'm not a huge fan of bunnies with Noir, because for the same reasons that I was explaining, I'm not a huge fan of bunnies with Noir. Noir is a support. I mean, although she does do wind damage, so she could have her benefits here. You could run like this, right? But it's not super ideal. Now, if you don't have Scarlet Black Shadow and you don't have Summer Sakura, you could run Red Hood, but it's not going to be super ideal. It's not going to be super ideal. You have Scarlet Black Shadow, so I would recommend running Scarlet Black Shadow for sure. Now, is it worthwhile to run with Noir? I mean, I guess. What you could do is, if you're running with Noir, you could run Onslaught Cube instead. But it is feasible with this team. I don't know if you will hit easily level 10. I probably... level 7, I mean. But you can get a okay score with it. I honestly don't know how feasible it will be because you're losing out on a lot of damage if you don't have Crown on the team, and if you don't have like Naga Crown is like a lot of damage. But there is, you know, it is doable with this. You just have way less damage than with Crown. Now level 7 is probably going to be very rough. As I mentioned, bunnies are not as good as they used to be because we have better options now. But you can still, you know, get some value out of these. Although you will have to cover because you don't have Crown Shield. Or you could just space tank it because they can heal up. There is that. The other advantage is that you can kind of comfy your way through certain things, like for example manually Noir to break the QTEs instead of having to manual Scarlet Black Shadow. But overall it's not going to be an amazing comp compared to other options you could be running. Just for the mere fact that they're not as good at supporting than say Crown and Naga are. Like, they're not as good as Crown and Naga are, but you can definitely get pretty far, as you can tell. You're gonna have to min-max a lot more though, but you know. Yo, Zemduxai, thanks a lot for the raid. How's it going, homie? Can I have a shout out for Zenkyu, please? I don't know if Ragnar's still here. Mod check? Mod Doko? Because right now my hands are a little bit tied with Kraken. But yeah, like, it is possible to get a decent-ish score by running bunnies, but it's not going to be as good as if you ran Crown. As you can already tell, I'm not going to probably reach level. Probably not going to reach level 7, even with my team, which is quite strong. Although I do have 21 bullet Alice, so there is that coming. There is that advantage. At least I don't reload nearly as often. But then when we reload, it feels awful because we are slow at reloading. And we have near infinite ammo, so yeah, you can get like level 6, as you can see. I don't know about level 7. You would need an incredibly cracked Scarlet Black Shadow for it. You would need an incredibly cracked one, honestly, because the problem is that Bunnies is not as good. Tired? I can imagine. What were you up to? Were you rating in FF14? It just wasn't letting you? Really? I see. Why use Walmart mouse mouse killer Alice on Kraken? Does Kraken need Pierce? Oh, that's because Alice increases the damage of your Scarlet Black Shadow by a lot. So the reason why Alice is the strongest Scarlet Black Shadow buffer is twofold. One, Scarlet Black Shadow has 0.3 seconds charge time, meaning that it takes her 0.3 seconds to fully wind up the attack before unleashing it. Her main damage source is from her skill 1, which is when she attacks 9 times, she will do 750. When she attacks 6 times, she will do 500. And when she attacks 1 time, she will do 250. And it gradually ramps up, right? And when in full burst, it's every 3 attacks, she does a full rotation. Why is this important? Alice grants to other allies 11.60% charge speed of caster's charge speed. This is very important because this doesn't mean that it's like 11.67% charge speed for Scarlet Black Shadow. Alice has a 1.5 second charge time. So 11% of that is, for simplicity's sake, we're going to say 0.15 seconds. When you apply that to Scarlet Black Shadow's charge speed, it means that you're effectively giving her 50% charge speed and above. Technically like 55%, but for simplicity's sake, let's just say 50% charge speed, which is insane. She's basically slicing 50% faster, which means she's getting her full rotation 50% faster. So her main damage source activates at full strength 50% faster. It's insane. That's why you always see Scarlet Black Shadow joined by the hip with Alice in solo raid and many other content. Yo, how's it going, Visca-chan? So that's the reason why. So because Scarlet Black Shadow is so potent, you benefit more from that. And Alice on her own is also an insane damage dealer, by the way. Alice is, for those that play League of Legends, again, I love using that example, is like Vayne from League of Legends or those like hyper carry late game scaling characters. The more gear and investment she has, the more ridiculous she becomes. Her scaling is off the charts with gear. So even on her own, she does quite a bit of damage. And then she also juices up Scarlet Black Shadow a lot. So you end up with an incredibly powerful team. That's why they're a staple in solo raid, union raid, and anomaly, and even in some cases campaign push. A little bit less so because Scarlet Black Shadow is AoE split damage. Is split damage rather. It's not AoE, it's split damage. So she hits at full strength on single target, and her damage gets divided by the number of enemies on the field. So she's still good in campaign push, don't get me wrong. I use her pretty frequently on campaign push. But in campaign push, you kind of like to have priority targeting. So Scarlet Black Shadow doesn't do as well on priority targeting as I call it, which is killing very, very specific things, doing single target damage. Scarlet Black Shadow, though, will do insane amounts of damage to enemy units. To enemy bosses, because the enemy boss will be soaking the entire thing in during the fight. So, Scarlet Black Shadow is essentially the strongest damage dealer in the game. On a similar level to Alice, in a sense. Like, Scarlet Black Shadow has incredibly high damage potential, and will generally do more damage than Alice if given the opportunity to shine. But Alice is the highest priority damage Nikke in the game. Meaning that if you want to kill something specific and you want to kill it fast, Alice is by far the best Nikke in the game for that. So for example, here Alice doesn't have elemental advantage, and she's still nuking things very, very quickly, as you can see. Whoops. I did not mean to do that, but that's kind of the idea. It's because it's not true AoE, Tuni. It's not genuine AoE. Scarlet Black Shadow doesn't actually do a proper type of AoE. She does divided damage AoE. And because it's divided damage, all of this gets divided into multiple enemies. So the more enemies there are in the field, the less damage you will do to each individual enemy. What you want to do in campaign push is clear as quickly as possible those enemies. So in some cases, you would even rather use OG Scarlet over SBS in some very niche scenarios. But it's very niche, but they exist. Or you would rather use Ein, or you would rather use other things. They're niche scenarios, granted, but still, because it's not true AoE, she's not as good as she could be in campaign push. If her damage was like undivided, she would be so ridiculously strong, there would be nothing that would replace her forever. Yeah, OG Scarlet is now replaced with Ein for screen wipes. That I agree with you. That I do agree with you. But what I meant is an example of SBS versus OG Scarlet. Although the better example would be SBS versus Ein, for example, for screen wiping and whatnot. That would be the better comparison. Because sometimes you just... It's also, for example, the age-old debate of Modernia versus OG Scarlet back in the day, or Modernia versus some other Nikkes. Sure, Modernia is technically the stronger Nikke, but there are some scenarios where you would just rather have the instant screen wipe rather than the continuous AoE damage. Because of how deadly the Raptors are on the field. Right, that's the primary argument when it comes to these. It's a matter of adapting what you use. But yeah, no worries, Isa. Also, I hope that that I answered your question, Shun. I don't know if you're still here, homie, but I hope that what I said earlier answered your question, or if I just got distracted, just tell me so that I can go a little bit more in detail about the latest Nikke. Because I do tend to get distracted very easily. What's the recommended values for Ein skills? In an ideal world, 10, 10, 10, but otherwise, I'm gonna have to read them again because I don't remember them off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to look at like Ein herself specifically. But I believe it was S1 level 10. Personally, I went like S1, S2 level 10 and then burst level 7, but burst level 10 is really useful though. Burst level 10 is probably a good one. I'm sort of stuck on 27-21 and would very much appreciate OG Scarlet's screen wipe, yeah. Ishachi was good. No, Ein is the second best electro-coded Nikke. She is basically on par in damage with SNEs. Depending on how invested. Not exactly like on par, but she's like in that ballpark. Ein is really, really strong. Really, really, really strong. She's better than OG Scarlet for sure. And she is within that ballpark, especially because she gets buffed by SNEs too. She becomes ridiculously potent. Which is really ironic because the reason she's strong is not because of her tree damage. The reason she's strong is just because she has good ratios and good abilities. That's the only reason she's good. That's the really, really funny part. SNS is indispensable for electric comp. Yeah, of course. SNEs will be very difficult to dislodge from electric comps. The only way SNEs gets removed from electric comps at the moment is if they release a Nikke that is so potent, but that requires max ammo, or that grants max ammo to the others. Audio bug? Oh, thanks a lot for telling me. Oh wait, I missed. I missed. So which audio is bugging out? Is it the game? Oh, game audio. Okay. I hate this audio bug thingy. Let's see.
GGGAME audio is going all won K Griekse Y.
There. That should fix it. Let's see. Okay, now it should be fixed. I hate that audio bug, man. But yeah, sorry, I was a little bit too... to explain. She's way more useful for campaign. Oh yeah, she's definitely Like it's a hard debate between those two. Okay, let me see, because I have Ein in one of these teams actually, I believe. Yeah, there is Ein. So Ein essentially, her first skill gives her massive attack buff for 10 seconds, so for an entire full burst duration. Her second ability, you have the near feathers that do extra damage, and charge damage is kind of worthless, but you know. You could go 10-7-10. You could go 10-10-7. You could go 10-10-10. Honestly, 10-10-10 is 10-10-10 is the way to go with Ein. There is a reason I went 10-10-10 with Ein. But you could start with S1 level 10 and then work as well for burst towards level 10, honestly. Ein is just that good. She's there's a reason I used her for my clear on Crystal Chamber hard mode. She's just that good. She's just that good. Actually insane. I think I've been chit-chatting quite a bit. Tuni, do you mind DMing me your email so that we can get your account review on the way? And I can send you the thing. Let me also edit this so we can change it to Tuni. I like these account reviews, honestly, because it's also a good way for people to learn about what is good to invest and what isn't, and just have an idea of like what other players do. Oh, wait, that didn't link me to the. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's leave this. Let me just put my just chatting screen for a second. You should redeem one. I mean, you should. I mean, today is going to be hard because we're already kind of out of time. But you definitely should. Now, the reason why I try to do my account reviews so in-depth for every single person that redeems them is so that the people that are listening in also get some value out of them. In account review hell, oh, you have no idea. Simeon, remember the fact, also code has been
someone
sent.
Is about
Remember
to
the
get
fact
roasted.
that when I did my like mini subathon thing, so it's not like a full-blown subathon, but the mini subathon, the Alithon, when I did the Alithon, one of the goals was when we reach a certain milestone, for a full week, I would give out free account reviews. That was account review hell. That was account review hell. Tuni, I sent you the... Oh, thank you. Rip if someone knows your email. No, I already used it, so you're good to go. But yeah, that was actually account review hell. When I had the free account review for a full week. I think there was not a single day on stream where I wasn't doing an account review. I think I ended up doing like 14 account reviews. How many account reviews did I end up doing, actually? Probably Ragnar remembers better than I do. I think I ended up doing somewhere in the ballpark of like 10, 14 account reviews total. Within a single week. So that's like give or take 5 hours of account review. In a week. Considering how each of my account reviews go, usually. It was long. It was long. But you know. It's always fun to do these. There we go. NA, there we go. So we'll be in it soon. But I think I ended up reviewing somewhere in the ballpark of 10 plus accounts. because that was back in the days where I still streamed 5 to 6 times a week. And I got like 2 redeem per day on average, I think. Somewhere in that ballpark.
勝利の女神ミケ
Opens notebook. Ooh, the Dorothy lobby. Gotta love that. I'm not doing your dailies though. Fuck that. Like dude, of course. And of course this one. Okay, so for what specifically did you want me to do the account review for you? Because your account is very... Ooh. 437, are you hoarding? Wait, you're not hoarding either. Interesting. Did you miscalculate your core dust? Interesting. If you overload Rouge, are there any oil lines you should be on the lookout for? Elemental ammunition definitely is one of the top ones too. Basically, ammo, elemental, and attack to some extent. The reason why I'm asking if you miscalculated is because you have like 3k core dust left over in your inventory. But you're 437. So I was wondering if you opened your core dust boxes before being able to just jump directly into 441. That's why. You're just hitting 441 and hoarding for any. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because the way I personally did it is I just hoarded the boxes until I roughly knew that I was going to be at 441, and then I opened them at once. That's the way I did it. Level up whenever you can most of the time? I see. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to criticize that. If it works for you, it works for you. There is no need like to min-max everything. So the question was, because I already reviewed your account, so for what specifically do you want me to review your account this time? Because I know your account is very heavily optimized. You have your line of charge speed, you have your line of ammo, you have your other line, 2 lines of black ammo, Jesus fucking Christ. Elemental attack, ooh, that's best in slot fucking glove. Charge speed here, unfortunate hit rate, and then max ammo here. Yeah, you have a really good Alice. Where to go from here? Okay. Oof. Oh, we're in for a long account review then. Oh, God. Okay, let me stretch a little bit. We're in for a big account review. Okay, so Alice. Charge speed, ammo, so... Yeah, your Alice is giga cursed in the sense that if you want to get a third useful line, you have to double lock everything. Especially this is like really unfortunate it's here instead of bottom line, but... I wouldn't honestly bother too much with Alice beyond maybe resetting or even re-rolling here, because you have 2 black lines too. Like, how much ammo does your Alice have? That's 85. That's 170%. 230%. And 270%. You have 23 ammo Alice. You could almost just fucking do away with this line of ammo, honestly. Like, unironically, but... you can keep it. It's still good to have max ammo on Alice, though. You could, like, double lock and just reroll here, but that's, like, super expensive. And I don't think it's a high priority for you, honestly. Ooh, level 11 Q. Neat. Anyways. So your Alice is fine. I wouldn't bother increasing her too much at the moment because that's gonna eat you at a bare minimum 50 rocks to get additional bonuses. The Eva event got you so gem poor, dude. Tell me about it. I haven't bought packs in a while, so I'm getting very low on gems too. So we have elemental damage with max ammo mod. That's good. Max ammo. Personally, like, I'm in the same camp as Ragna when it comes to hit rate Modernia. We have so much cooldown reduction and burst generation now, and as well as like overload lines in general. ammo refund, all of that nonsense, that I personally don't feel the hit rate is all that amazing anymore, especially because you so rarely burst with mod. So it's a little bit harder to justify the hit rate. Your rock investment is going to 4th ally line on Ein, so you can clear crystal and mirror container ASAP. That's fair enough. I'm doing something similar by trying to get my SNEs better. So max ammo capacity here, you could theoretically, lock and reroll the rest, or you could just hard reroll, honestly, because it's first line and it's not like even tier. It's not even like tier 11, is it? It's like fucking tier 7. So you could hard reroll the entire thing and aim for 2 useful lines here. Your SNEs are now your pride and joy. Oh, I'm gonna have to look at those later. But like ammo is good. Like how much ammo do you have? You have ammo here and attack, so you're kind of good. You could even double lock and aim for a line here. You have attack and ammo. So yeah, you could definitely hard reroll this to try to get elemental attack or elemental ammo or attack ammo. Because this is just personal, right? I just don't use the hit rate line anymore personally. I just don't see the value anymore. 10-10-7, you rarely burst with Modernia, so that's completely fair. Wait, wasn't she 10-10-10 before? Did you reset her? Or am I confusing? Or is it Yenny that has 10-10-10 mod? We never had Modernia at burst 10. Okay, so it was Yenny that had Modernia at burst 10. You're not Yenny, yeah. I just don't remember sometimes, dude. Like, cut me some slack. I don't remember perfectly every single account I review. This is perfect. You don't need to change anything on your helmet for Scarlet Black Shadow. This is either a lock first line, reroll the rest to get attack, or full-on reroll to get attack and elemental. You have attack and elemental here. I wouldn't bother touching this one. And it has charge speed too, so you're really good here. And this one has attack and... Ooh, the charge damage is a bit unfortunate. You could lock central line here. This one is definitely a lock central line with custom locks and reroll the rest to get elemental. No, remember all of our accounts,
Yeah.
damn. What do you need on your Scarlet Black Shadow? So for Scarlet Black Shadow, this is where I was getting. The best lines for Scarlet Black Shadow are elemental, then attack, then one line of ammunition. You don't need more. One good line of ammunition is good enough for Scarlet Black Shadow to go near infinite. Now that I think about it, I don't see a line of ammunition on yours. You might want to try to get one line of ammo. The reason for that is that with Bastion and proper rotation, she goes infinite. Just on her own with one line of ammo. And then you want charge speed preferably on tertiaries, but tertiaries are something that you don't need to bother too much about. 10-7-10, that's perfect. Honestly, I don't think I need to look at your skill distribution all that much. Outside of like some very specific stuff. Leader lines honestly don't really matter that much. If you can get elemental, that's fine. Otherwise, it really doesn't matter.
2歳の私のことを
Dorothy, elemental attack are the best lines for her. You want to avoid every elemental attack and then hit rate, essentially. Elemental and attack above basically all else. You want to avoid ammo, so this is good. You don't really need to invest all that much in your Dorothy, to be honest, because she's mostly used in solo raid and union raid. So unless you care about that specifically, you actually reroll leader lines last week. Jesus Christ. But no, honestly, like Dorothy, you could theoretically reroll lines. So for example, you could lock here and reroll the rest, but you have higher priorities at the moment, so I wouldn't bother too much with it. This one, though, I mean, you could reset attributes lock and then whatever, but I wouldn't bother too much with this. Campaign power boost, hell of a drug. The music sounds kind of weird. Okay, let me just fix that. Let me just fix that. Is it better now? Or is it still bricked? I could just audio out. There we go. That should have fixed it. Better? Okay, good. So SNEs is your pride and joy. You have elemental attack with crit damage. That's really good. That's basically BIS. Elemental attack. That's perfect. That's what I'm aiming for on my SNEs. Elemental attack. Okay. You could lock this and just try to aim for attack on the final one, but your SNS is really good. I'm personally considering getting burst skill to level 10 eventually, just because of the little bit of extra elemental damage, but wholly unnecessary, honestly. I'm just considering personally just for the little bit of extra attack. Ein is 10, 10, 10. That's perfectly fine. Attack elemental. That's what you want. You could lock this and reroll the rest. Because honestly, charge speed and charge damage are useless on Ein anyways, for the most part. Elemental here, you could either reset attributes, lock, and reroll the rest. Or you could just hard reroll. It's really up to you, but 17.95% is really bad to lock, so I would recommend at least resetting attributes before starting locking and rerolling. Suggestion? Check all the oil gear before recommending something. I'm not going to be able to memorize everything, that's the problem. I mean, let me try, but because this is definitely a lock and a reroll the rest. This is definitely needs some fixing. This is a hard reroll altogether. Ammo is nice, but it's a tertiary. Oh, all the OL gear on a character. Okay. Okay, yeah, I could do that. So, this is good. This... Okay, so... It doesn't really change the advice anyways, but... This is a full reroll. Ammo is good on Ein, but... Attack elemental and attack above all else, and then you can start trying to get some ammo here and there as tertiaries. Although if you're like, trying to save rocks and everything, if you get ammunition, that's completely fine. But this is definitely the highest reroll priority for your Ein. Followed by this one, which you can either just hard reroll the entire thing, or you could reset attributes, lock elemental, and then reroll the rest. And after that, then there's this one, which, has 3 lines. All are technically useful, but what you'll end up doing is lock the middle line and reset the rest. What do you need in Mummy Horror besides bonding suit? I can check that later. It's tier 11 ammo, though. Yeah, but what are you going to do with ammo versus... The thing is, Ein for campaign, you're going to be using her with Crown and with SNEs. The only reason you want ammo for her, as far as campaign goes, right? I'm talking about campaign here. As far as campaign goes, you just want your ammo to last just enough to generate burst to go into the next rotation and not have to reload. Which you can achieve with probably like 2 lines of ammo, honestly. Oh yeah, of course, but any tier 11 buff is good. But your boots are probably the place where I would reroll the most to try to get elemental and attack. Because at the end of the day, elemental and attack are going to give you the biggest power boost. Is what I'm getting at. Never get this Mihara, guys. They're everywhere. I'm just talking about biggest power boost, right, Tuni? Your blue hit rate line on Alice? I mean... Personally, I'm not too attached to those. I understand the power boost that they give, but I'm not too attached to them because at the end of the day, my objective is optimization. So if I don't get something better, combat power or practical power, exactly. It's a matter of that debate. Do you just want CP padding or do you want to have applicable power that will boost the damage realistically? Beyond the little bit of extra stats that you would gain from CP padding. Essentially. It's kind of that type of debate. So for example, what you could do is you can change the effects, and if they're not better than the line of ammo, you just keep the line of ammo and you just try again, essentially. Because you already have a good effect at hand. What you're trying to fish is for something better. If you don't get it, you still have the good effect at hand. When you reroll here, you don't lose these, right? So at the end of the day, you're just fishing. And if you don't get something better, doesn't matter. You still have something good at hand anyways. Yeah, that would be my advice. The reason why is that this is a first line. And if you lock this, you're going to consume 2 rocks per reroll. for a tertiary line. So what I call primaries versus primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary and secondary, you can call them altogether primaries technically, but primary would be elemental, because elemental is good on Nikke's, on all Nikke's essentially. In her case, her secondary would be attack, because attack is an insane line on her. And then tertiaries are like those that are good, but you don't care as much versus a primary and secondary. And ammunition is definitely a tertiary in the case of Ein. You do want 2 lines at least of those, but, you know, it's better to have attack elemental on everything than, you know, just having 1 line of ammo, essentially. So my personal take would be you reroll this to try to get attack elemental. If you get something like, you know, ammo on the 3rd line, like this 68% line, if for some reason it moves to the bottom, then you lock it. In that case, then you lock it. Because it's a very good tertiary that you're going to need it anyways, and you could get the attack and elemental on the other 2. That would be a place where I would lock it. On the 1st line, though, remember, the probability of getting a slot 1 is 100%, slot 2 is 50, slot 3 is 30. So it's better to just fish in this case, at least in my opinion. The others, here you have elemental. This one is a little bit more debatable in the sense that what you could do is reset attribute, try to fish for a higher than tier 7, because currently it's tier 7. If you get it to like tier 10, tier 11, you could make the argument to lock it and reroll the rest. I've seen both sides of the debate. So there's people that like to lock 1st line primaries and secondaries, especially primaries. So for example, elemental damage on Ein. On the 1st line, if they're like tier 11 or tier 10 and reroll the rest. And I know other people that just hard reroll the rest, that just hard reroll everything and would rather just gamba and fish for something similar, but on 2nd or 3rd line. So there's 2 sides of this debate. Whatever feels better for you, go for it. Because locking a 1st line feels awful, but it could mathematically be good too. It's gamba at the end of the day in this case. So it really is up to preference on this one. Because the gamba differences are pretty thin anyways. 10, 10, 10, so as I mentioned, you have like the elemental chess piece that you can fix. This one is definitely you lock the 2nd and you reroll the rest. This is absolutely no questions asked. In my rerolling holy crap. Lock the 2nd line if it's a primary or secondary. Always on the 2nd or 3rd line if it's tier 10, 11, like tier 9, 10, 11 and above, essentially. And just reroll the rest, essentially. So I would first fix this one, then I would probably fix the chest plate, and then I would probably fix the gloves in that order for Ein specifically. Again, remember what I said in my guide. Don't pigeonhole yourselves in a singular Nikke if you have other things to fix. So we're going to have a look at the other things that Tuni needs to fix first. But these are some things that Tuni needs to keep in mind for his account specifically. Elemental. Oh, by the way, hit rate is actually quite good on Naga. So I would recommend getting like 2 ammo to 2 hit rate on Naga for tertiaries if you can. But of course, elemental attack is better on Naga anyways. Those are her primaries. Pigeonhole, Red Hood, and SBS, you're good. Yeah, how's it going, Zaida? Let me shout you out, homie. How's it going? How is old man Zaida doing? I spoke with Try recently, and apparently both of you met in real life without knowing at Evo, which is pretty funny. That story cracked me up quite a bit. So Naga, honestly, I wouldn't bother too much re-rolling her lines, personally, unless you're like a Giga Degenerate in terms of that. If you do, and you're a Giga Degenerate, it's elemental, then attack, and then ammunition / hit rate. Ammo being better than hit rate in my personal opinion, but that's my personal opinion. 10, 10, 10, you like to see that. So yeah, that's good to go. at least two decent line for support units, then elemental attack. That's what you want. If you want one decent line on everything, it would be elemental and then attack. So if you want two good lines on everything, it would be elemental and attack. So the place I would personally begin would be hard rerolling this away. So the boots I would hard reroll away. Although ammo, the thing about ammo is that it's a tertiary at the end of the day. So if it was third line, I would probably recommend you to lock it. On second line, I'm a little bit less inclined to recommend it just because of the rocket cost. But if you really want to hold on to that ammo line, you could. I'm not a huge fan of it, though. Yeah. Honestly, your Naga is good. Log the 2 lines for CP pad pog. Yanni, please don't. Please don't recommend stuff that will break accounts. Because the problem is that you're technically a credible source when you're not trolling. You have Kamsinen. How's it going, dude? It's campaign team. I mean, you are incredibly hard focused on campaign pushing, though, Yanni. To be fair. It's a huge amount of rock spent just for a thing. Yeah, exactly. You're at the same stage as he? Okay. Any benefit for the lines of where they're placed? I mean, first, second line, and third line? Yes, there is. I spoke about that in my overload guide on YouTube, so you can go and check that out as well. But the reason is just because of the probability of slots. The first slot is guaranteed. The second slot, meaning second line, is a coin flip, whether you will get stats at all on it or not. And the third line is 30%. So when you overload anything or reroll anything, you will always have a first line. It will be a coin flip whether or not you will have stats at all on the second line. And it will be 30% chance to get any stats at all on the final line. And that is before you start applying the probability of getting elemental damage, attack, and all of those lines, right? So for example, the odds of getting elemental, like any value of elemental on the third slot is 30% times 10%. So good luck with that. You're basically fishing for a rate up SSR. A little bit higher than a rate up SSR. Just to get a third line elemental. Just remember that. For Yanni, it's fine because he wants the best campaign team. Yeah, exactly. It all depends on your priorities. I cannot in good consciousness recommend Yanni's strategy when it comes to optimizing characters because he's so focused on campaign. Yeah, that's the reason why the strategy changes based on where the line is located. But yeah, for your Naga, I would say this one is basically lock, reroll the rest. This is basically, you could lock and reroll the rest, honestly, here, because attack is good. And it's a good value. So you could coin flip until you get that. Oh, Blackstar 1007, thank you a lot for the follow, much appreciated. I hope this has been helpful for you. This, I would say, hard reroll, honestly. It's tertiary on the second line. I would just reroll the entire thing, get attack elemental. This one, again, you could lock and reroll the rest because it's a good value of attack line. You're fine with her, you don't even care what the lines are, just combat power boosting equal good anyways. Okay, that's fair enough. So, for your Scarlet, OG Scarlet, you have... Okay, that's good enough, honestly. Hit rate is very copium, but it's third line, so I won't really bother you too much with it. Lock and reroll the rest, don't... don't hang on to critical damage just because it's a black line. It's not that good on her. Yo, Aiden, it's been a while. How have you been? I hope the week's been treating you alright, my man. Once again, you learned something new in Nika thanks to me. I'm glad to be of help. Yeah, please lock and reroll the rest. Do yourself a favor, Tootie. Elemental ammo, then elemental, then attack on Scarlet. In that exact order. Yeah, no, do yourself a favor. Doesn't matter that you haven't rerolled OG Scarlet in forever. That's fair enough. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. This you could technically lock with a custom lock and change attributes to get higher attack, though. Or you could even use it to thingy. Scarlet is very low priority, especially since Ein exists. Yeah, that's true. Ammo, elemental. You could basically, again, custom lock and reset attributes here just to get higher values, but that's about it. Scarlet is very low priority for a lot of people. In my case, I still need to fix mine a little bit just in case, but that's about it. You'll have black critical ratio in your Scarlet. The problem is that this is not Genshin, right? Crit rate, crit damage is not that good on Scarlet. Or most Nikas, as a matter of fact. Summer Sakura, this is a luck and reroll the rest, honestly. Same deal here. You can luck and reroll the rest. This is a good value elemental anyways. I would honestly be very tempted to say full reroll, but this is kind of okay. And elemental here, luck and reroll. I don't remember, Sakura doesn't have a X amount of hits ability, does she? Yeah, no, she doesn't. So, honestly, the boots are technically a full reroll in my eyes. Has been boosted so much since Kraken Intercept was a thing. I would full reroll the boots if I were in your shoes. Like, if I were in your shoes, I would just full reroll the boots. Everything else is like just luck the elemental and reroll the rest. If I were you, I would probably start with probably with this one, actually, because hit rate is not that amazing. Gives you a comfy 7 out of 10. Yeah, but what I mean by I would reroll the boots is just that she does more damage. So Kraken gets even comfier. Because ammo is not that amazing on Summer Sakura, and this is not like a super good first line of attack. So you could reroll everything to try to get one more elemental. No, it's going to be water weak for sure, Tuni. It's going to be water weak for sure. So it's... unless you're talking about Union Raid, which is an entirely different thing. S2 and Burst Skill to level 10, definitely worthwhile. S1 can stay at level 7 just because of the increased duration is just good enough if you break enough parts. These two, you will eventually get them to level 10, but it's not super high in the priority list at the moment, so you'll be fine. Leaked content, I mean, the reason why I know that it's going to be a water weak solo raid is that it coincides perfectly with the release of 2 Nikkes that are water-coded, right? Water-coded, water-coded. So, next solo raid is going to be water-coded 100%. And we're long overdue for one anyway, so... New DPS element. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. We know for a fact that there is a Union raid coming up in 5 hours, roughly. 5 hours and some. So, attack... Ooh, this is luck and reroll the rest to try to get elemental. This is 100% a luck, reroll the rest angle, because this is a blue line of attack. Even if it's on the first line. This is good enough, you don't need to bother any further. This is where your one line of ammo is at. I mean... I would be very tempted to say luck and reroll the rest, but... No-brainer there, Bill. Your Winterland Miller, yeah. Yeah, it's Union Raid tonight. I won't be streaming it, though. As I mentioned on my past Union Raid stream from a month ago, I'm not going to be streaming those all that often anymore because it's bad for my health. Remember that Union Raid for me is like 4 or 5 a.m. So for me to stream continuously until then means that every time it's going to be me streaming in the middle of a work week, 9 hours of continuous streaming plus with the Union Raid, and then basically either not sleeping or waking up a couple of hours later to work on stuff. Lady thinks I can luck and reroll dozens of units. No, this is... Okay, so Tuni, do remember, I upload all of my VODs, every single Twitch VOD that I have ever since I started exclusively streaming on Twitch is on my YouTube channel. Every single last one of them. So what you can do is just come back to the VOD. Let me just link it here. For those who don't know about it, you can come back to the VOD and just you know, whenever you need to what's it called, to look into what I mentioned about one specific Nikkei, you can just go back to it. So it's not that bad. But yeah, this would be basically a lock and reroll the entire thing. First, second, and third. Oh, of course. But the priority of what to reroll first is dependent on your own personal objectives. So if you're looking to boost your solo raid / union raid and campaign push, Red Hood is very high on that priority list. Red Hood is equally as high as your Ein, as your SNEs, and as your Electro team that you're trying to build for Crystal Chamber and Mirror Container. Because you're going to be using Red Hood a lot before even reaching those bosses. Same for Alice, technically, but your Alice is already good enough in my opinion, so there's no issues on that front. So for example, your DK wife is probably very high on the priority list to finish building as well. You have her 10th and 10, so you're good to go on that front. OL lines don't matter that much because she's a support, but that's kind of the idea. So if I had to say, like, priority list, if we're talking like pure priority list for campaign pushing for you, I would say definitely your SNEs and Ein are pretty high up there, but your SNEs is already very good. So it depends on how much more you want to invest into them. Because, for example, here you could lock and reroll the rest to try to get that final line of attack. Ein, like I said, you could reset attributes here, hard reroll here, luck and reroll here. Ein is probably your top priority, honestly. Ein is probably your top priority. After that, I would probably say your Red Hood is your second highest priority. And then after that, it depends on how much you care about stuff outside of campaign push. Because Red Hood, you're going to be using her a lot to clear a lot of stages. Her priority damage is really good. Not Alice level, but it's still insane. Viper build is after Ein? Viper? Really? You could just go for the treasure, honestly. Your crown is good to go, honestly. You have the max ammo, you have some elemental. You have a bunch of lines, so you're kind of good to go. You don't really need to reroll. I'm not a huge fan of rerolling supports. So there is that. Elemental damage, you could lock and reroll the rest if you care about shotgun comp in the case of electro damage and whatnot. Same deal here, lock and reroll the rest. Same deal here, you could lock and reroll the rest or hard reroll for elemental and then lock and whatnot. And then for this one, it's technically a hard reroll, but, you know. It's technically a hard reroll on this one. The fucking blue line of charge damage there. I see the freaking charge damage, charge speed, charge damage memes don't leave you. Full OL Laplace with treasure, though. This is a I love PvP moment because she's not really all that useful outside of that. I can appreciate it, though. I can absolutely appreciate it. So, Maxwell... Wait, your Maxwell is really not built at all. Huh. That's surprising. Thought you used Laplace and Missilis Tower, but then Ein existed. Fair enough. Just like I thought I could get some use out of Diesel Treasure for Snow White comps and other stuff, and then Maddie existed. Same deal. Although technically Diesel does get her usage if you need a defensive option. But yeah. Your Maxwell is really not built, though. That's interesting. She has at least one useful line everywhere, so that's good enough. If you care about Iron Weak and upgrading Maxwell, though, I would definitely like lock and reroll this. Charge speed is useless on her anyways. I would full reroll the boots. And Either luck and reroll or just full reroll the helmet and gloves. Maxwell has been ignored forever. That's fair enough. I've ignored my Maxwell for quite some time too. There's just a lot of other Nikas that just take priority. DK Wife, honestly, ammunition, elemental ammunition, and attack are what you want on her. No specific particular order because ammunition makes her cooldown reduction more consistent. That's why I personally really like having ammunition. So you have, for example, ammo here. But yeah, there's no particular order to that one. Although elemental over, how's it going, Echo9s? It's been a very long time since you last dropped by. How have you been? I hope you've been doing well. So elemental on that's a full reroll, isn't it? This is probably luck and reroll, but Snow White is very low priority on the list. Oh, you don't even have 2 lines of charge speed, do you? Yeah, your Snow is pretty bricked, huh? I mean, Snow is like very low on you're on PC now, so your Nika experience dude, isn't it game changing to be able to play Nika on PC, man? Like, I swear to God, the difference is night and day. Maxwell, you should one day overload? Absolutely. Maxwell is incredibly powerful. I mean, your Snow is pretty low priority in general. Like, it's mostly solo raid usage now. There's not really many other places where you would use Snow White anyways. And it's like Team 4, Team 5 of solo raid, so I wouldn't worry too much about it, but do keep in mind 2 lines of charge speed, elemental above all else, followed by attack, and then once you have like those 2 lines of charge speed and everything, you want to have something like crit damage. You managed to squeeze into top 10% for less solo raid since you were on PC. Oh, nice. Oh, that's really good. That's a pretty neat increase. 10.55, that's what you like to see here. Ammo capacity. Yanni hates ammo on Tia. I personally like it. We have different... we're not the same. But yeah. Exclude. You want 2 lines of ammo on her. 1 to 2 lines, so that she goes infinite on her own. And after that, you basically only want elemental and attack. So you have elemental and attack on the gloves. I wouldn't touch these. You have attack and ammo here. You could reset attributes and just double lock reroll for elemental. This one is just a hard reroll, honestly. You already have 1 line of ammo anyways. And this, I would personally... You could reset attributes and hope for higher, but at this point you might as well just reroll hard. Rouge when it mattered for Sinister and Stormbringer. Yeah, I know. I know. I managed to be all Alice fully. Nice. She's incredibly strong, isn't she? Alice is a little monster. You finally cleared train interception under 30 seconds. Nice. Love to see that. I love when my viewers just have an easier time with Nika in general. Yeah, that's what makes, explaining stuff, making guides, and these type of account reviews as well just more worthwhile when I see that you guys are just having an easier time with the game. It doesn't mean you guys have to try hard. It just means that you guys just have an easier time with the game. And just reach your goals more smoothly. Max ammo is pretty key on Asuka because she has no freaking ammunition baseline. So you want essentially ammo, elemental, and then attack on her. Any other stat is kind of irrelevant on her. So this you could lock and reroll, for example. This is a good case where ammo is actually a primary, not a tertiary tuning. It means pay to win to make it easier. No. Without having to pay. No, it's the same type of balancing that they gave to OG Scarlet. Because she has such potent buffs, they wanted you to spend overload lines and stuff and other types of buffs into non-damaging abilities to force you out of that. But yeah. In the case of Asuka Trini, ammo is a primary. So this is a lock and reroll the rest for the boots. This is... Honestly, I would hard reroll this, because attack is closer to a tertiary on Asuka than a secondary, in my opinion. Because she already gets such high attack as well from her own abilities that it doesn't matter as much. So I would say ammo, elemental, and then attack in terms of order. So definitely that to consider. You could, for example, lock this and reroll the rest and hoping for ammo. You could, in theory, lock the ammo line, reroll the rest in hopes for thing. But in this case, I would probably recommend just... hold on. Wasn't elemental a little bit lower probability? Yeah. You could still theoretically just lock and reroll the rest, though. But that's kind of the idea for Asuka. For her skills, I personally like the S2 because of the elemental damage, but S1 is also really good. She's technically 10-10-10 worthy, and her burst skill, you really want to get it up, but I personally prefer the S2 over the S1, although the S1 is really good too. So it's really a split between those two. Bunny Soda, personally, I have her at 7-10-10, but, you know, skill books are scarce, so I understand why you have her at 7-7-7. It's important to have her S1 at level 7, though, which you already have, because of the starting chips. Instead of the number of starting chips basically caps out at skill level 7, and before that they're lower than 50. And you really want to have those 50 starting chips so that you can have all of the effects right from the get-go at full blast. Skillbook.exe not found, yeah, absolutely. Not gonna lie, the hardest interception clear in 30 seconds is Modernia, which you find ironic since she's so easy normally. With SBS, you will have a significantly easier time with interception Modernia. A well-built Scarlet Black Shadow kills Modernia in 10 seconds. With Bunny Soda, you essentially want Elemental, you want Attack, and personally I would recommend Ammunition as the tertiary, as the primary choice for tertiaries. Because you just want to auto-attack as much as possible during the burst extension that she grants. I don't know if you care that much about Bunny Soda, though. But for example, this, I would probably either reset attributes, lock, and full reroll the rest. Here, I would lock and reroll the rest. Here, I would full reroll. So gloves are actually primarily your reroll target on Bunny Soda. Reroll these until you get Elemental on the second or third line, or attack Elemental, essentially. Tove Coin Stonks, yep, exactly. Yeah, how's it, Gonzalo? Welcome back. Your SG team is decent? I can believe that. I'd believe that. Gremlin, I'm not gonna go into I love PvP things. You basically would want stuff like freaking ammo and fucking charge speed or something for I love PvP moments. Technically you want her at 477 for I love PvP, but you know, it's PvP, who gives a shit? Also, you kind of want some ammo and charge speed on her and attack for PvP, but honestly, again, it's PvP, who cares? Oh, you care actually. Holy crap, this is PvP Moran. You love PvP, don't you? Don't worry about PvP. You have your PvP entourage for advice there? Okay, that's fine. Your arena is competitive, I see. Okay, so you have 10, 9, 5. That's fine, honestly. You could, in theory, go to 7, but I feel it's a waste of materials at this point, so that is completely fine. And I'm not going to tell you, like, reroll these things because, honestly, you're probably not gonna need to, and you're probably not planning on to. But for those who are interested, it's Elemental above all else, followed by Attack, followed by Ammunition. You can splash in some hit rate with 2 lines of ammo, 2 lines of hit rate, for example, but personally I just prefer going full ammo to have near infinite auto attacks. This is a PvP Senti. Okay, so Tovi, what you want mostly is ammo, so this is good. And then elemental damage if possible. Yeah, your Tovi is pretty good in terms of ammo already. 977. Technically, you want 91010. Ideally, mine is 944 because skill books are rare. So this is good. Honestly, if you care about shotgun comp, you will eventually get these two to level 10, so 91010, but for the most part, this is good enough. ammunition, again, really good on Tovi because of her S1. You want her to auto-attack as much as possible because 5% chance of activating when auto-attacking gives the emergency crafted bullets, which then go into the rest of her kit. That allows to, when you have temporary modification fully stacked, which is during emergency crafted bullets, you get temporary modification. So these emergency crafted bullets, temporary modification, which then gives you the attack speed that makes shotguns so much stronger thanks to Tovi. Rouge is kind of cute. I know, right? I really like Rouge's Rouge's appearance. She's probably one of my top. Well, I wouldn't say top, but she's pretty high up there in terms of design. Also, Sly for Slacker. Is that how you read that? Is that like a Yu-Gi-Oh reference? Have you had a gander at Tovi's skin? Oh, I haven't looked at it yet. Now that you mention it, I haven't looked at the skins at all. Oh, that's pretty cute. That's a baseball skin. I can appreciate the kind of under boob that they put as well here. Like, if you look closely, they put like you know, see-through here and under boob here. I can appreciate the little details. But it's really cute, actually. That's actually really cute. I actually like this. That's pretty adorable. That's a really good skin, actually. See-through trousers? Wait, I didn't notice that. Oh yeah, they are kind of see-through. Yeah, they are see-through. That's pretty funny. So you can see her underwear here. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even notice that. Okay, so onto Blanc. You probably don't care about Overload. Kind of unfortunate this is at level 5 because honestly the shield is kind of worthless beyond level 4. Skill level 10, that's completely fine. Honestly, ooh, Ray. Ray is a fun one, honestly. You kind of want ammunition on her. You kind of want elemental damage, so ammo, elemental, and then finally attack. You have the ammo, so you're kind of good to go on that front. And you can go 777 on her. Honestly, I really like the damage a strong element that she grants. The attack buff to all allies, because it's of caster attacks, so just for reference, right? Let me just pull out my spreadsheet to give a frame of reference because I already calculated that. It's like 83%, so you have a 17%-ish loss when it comes to translating that of caster's attack of a supporter towards an attacker. Oh wait, no, she's an attacker, so it doesn't matter in her case. So no, it's actually good. Never mind, I just brain farted. Even going 777 on all the EVA collab units, custom armor leg, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the buff, supporting buff that she gives is actually pretty good. It also has decent scaling, so it's probably S1 over S2. It's S1 over S2 and then burst skill, actually, the more I look at it. The burst skill gives attack damage, so it's really nice for a lot of fire-coded Nikas. She pairs really well with what's her name, with Modernia in particular. Not so much with Asuka, because Asuka already hits diminishing returns really hard on everything that Ray provides. So you would benefit way more giving her to Modernia, essentially. I think I mentioned the overload lines, right? This is good, don't change it, honestly, unless you want a double lock and reroll. This is a full reroll. You kind of want the elemental and attack, because honestly, you're not and the ammo, because you're not going to use her that much outside of elemental anyways. This you could either full reroll or just lock and reroll the rest. And this one is a lock and reroll the rest, honestly. You just want Ray to be attacking as much as possible because you want her damage a strong element to be up 100% of the time. And you want her to be proccing her final attack damage attacks every 100 attacks. Daily reminder, at perfect frame rate, MGs shoot at 60 bullets per second. So it takes a little bit less than 1.5 seconds to get these procs. Rem, honestly, for now, I wouldn't touch her too much because we are still waiting for that really powerful rocket launcher for her to support. That is not named SBS because SBS is already linked to a different team, unless they somehow manage to power creep SBS. On her, you want ammunition and elemental because she has like that freaking normal attack stuff that you want to keep up as much as possible. And then you can grab attack as the final line. Rem in the soda uniform. Yeah, it's really cute, isn't it? I really like it. Rei, Asuka, Murray, the Jame hungry bitches. Yep. Nika Endgame is truly rock. Nika Endgame is addicted to crystal meth. I swear it's really bad. Miranda skin made you want to gouge your eyes out with a rusty... Wait, hold on. How bad can Miranda skin be? You guys have been telling me that the Miranda skin looks awful. Like, how bad can it be? Never mind. I regret I have knowledge of this. 07? Wait, what? Did the stream freeze? Stream died for several seconds? Yo, how's it going, GZ? Your favorite wife is Arya? Your eyes. Stream froze for a few seconds. Your eyes, they burn. Oh, do tell me if it freezes, yeah. I guess Twitch is having issues because on my side... So, just for reference, right? My bitrate on my side is good. Like, I have the 6000 bitrate constant. So, it has to be probably Twitch side. Luckily, you were alt-tabbed, so you didn't sit. Yeah, that's very lucky, because honestly, like, whatever the hell they were going with this skin, it ain't it. Like, what the hell are we looking at here? This ain't it. Shift up missed really hard with this skin. I really don't like it. Like, what the hell is this even supposed to be, man? Yeah, no. I regret having knowledge of this. Twitch bug ain't no way. Yeah, I respect loving Arya. Arya is a pretty beautiful Nikkei, honestly. Too bad she's not like super good in terms of usability though. Noise Jackal is I love PvP Memento, so we're not gonna go too much into that. Ooh, you're starting to oil your privity. That's good for campaign push, by the way. Line-wise, you don't really care that much, but ideally you want elemental and attack, and avoid ammo at all costs. But that's about it for her. It's good to overload her for campaign push for the cases where you want to use infinite ammo Alice over other options. You haven't touched Privity OL in over a year? Fair enough. I mean, your Alice has very high ammo, so you don't really depend that much on infinite ammo Privity anyways. So in your case, it's understandable. This is I love PvP moment. Gio, ooh, 5-10-5. So you push Elysian Tower pretty frequently, don't you? Because otherwise there is no reason to do this. On Gio, you want ammo, elemental, and then attack. This is fine. S2 is what needs to be at level 9 or 10, essentially, to grant her the maximum amount of damage push. And I don't think you're going to be re-rolling her OLs anytime soon, because honestly, I wouldn't. Yeah, your Alice has enough ammo, so it really doesn't matter. It's actually insane damage if fully invested and allowed to be at 1 HP. Yeah, but that almost never happens. I know because I used to have Gio at 494 when I was really pushing Elysian Tower. I don't push Elysian Towers in general that much anymore because I'm just very busy. But yeah, I know. That's why I reset my Gio, because I just don't need to. I'm on blue CP on Elysian Tower, and I will be for a while because I'm just too busy to push them properly. Ammo elemental, that's fine. You kind of want ammo. To some extent, you would want charge speed on Rapunzel because I would say ammo for the most part, though, just for the HPS increase. Honestly, though, ammo capacity first, and then you can go like elemental charge speed or something. Her attack really doesn't matter. But this is like I love PvP moment. Same for the fully OL'd SNEs. I would overload Exia if you have the resources, because the only thing Exia is waiting for Electro Team is essentially a good burst to cooldown reduction Nikke to pair with her. Once we get a good cooldown reduction burst to Nikke that pairs well with the Electric Team, Exia will be the burst 1, that burst to Nikke will be the burst 2, and then Ein, Essenise, and possibly Scarlet will be the third one. Definitely do consider just overloading her for co-op and just for future-proofing purposes. The thing about Exia that is really amazing is that she also has damage taken debuff on her burst skill. So this will go up like all the way to like 19%, I think it was. Somewhere in the ballpark of 19-20%, which is... I was explaining that earlier during the stream. The thing that... one way to look at damage taken debuff in a very simplified way is as if you had elemental damage that ignores elemental advantage. Because in the damage formula, it's identical, but on a different line to elemental damage. Well, almost identical. So you could view it that way, that it's kind of like having additional elemental damage that ignores elemental advantage. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's one way to look at damage taken debuffs, essentially. Is Quincy and Phantom just auto wishlist? No, quite the opposite. There is a good... It's pending testing, though, but there is a good chance that they are pull one copy of. There is a chance. It just depends on how their kits work. That's why I'm saying pending testing. Because there's a lot of question marks on both that we need to first test before knowing how they work. Before actually giving a full opinion on it. Just missing a lot of very important context. S2 is also quite important because it gives a bunch of fucking attacks, so do keep that in mind. 4, 10, 10 is essentially where I would have her at. But I don't have books either, so mine is also at 477. But that would be just future-proofing in general. Exia, you would want Elemental, then Attack. Ammunition doesn't really matter all that much on her. So you could grab ammo, or you could just grab whatever other tertiary. The most important ones being Elemental and then Attack. Because you're going to be using her on Elemental Advantage anyways. This is probably for Elysian Tower. I'm not going to go too much into this because there's not too much to say. Maddie, you could overload her because there could be scenarios where you would rather use her over Crown, even in Campaign Push, just because of the Pierce damage bonus and the attack damage bonus that she gives and everything. If you're running something like Alice or Red Hood team and whatnot. She's really solid Nikke overall. So you can overload her and eventually you will get... you will eventually get her to 10-10-10. Personally, I would say S1 priority over S2, but that's just me. The attack is really neat too, though, but, you know, again, this is remove 17% and you will get the efficiency that it will have on an attacker Nikke instead. And the attack damage buff from the burst skill is like the crown jewel of her kit. What do you mean by data mining, Bandeni? In this case, it's not a data mine. That's why I'm speaking about it freely. It's literally here. Look, Bandeni. It's not data mining. They're already in the game. They just haven't been released yet. See? We already know their kits because they are in the game. This is like Nagatia situation, essentially. You only ignore Discord when data mining story spoiler these days. I ignore all data mines. Because, for example, someone sent me recently a data mine on Rouge's kit, and it was completely wrong. So yeah. Unfortunately, people do send me data mines, even though I don't like them. But you know, it is what it is. So. Yoink, yoink, yoink. So we were at Yulha. Yulha is like Snow White comp only. I OL'd mine because why the fuck not? But honestly, it's kind of a waste of rocks. S2 level 7, definitely, because that's the maximum number of pellets. After that, you probably want to increase the burst skill and S1, honestly, over the rest. But honestly, my Leona is like 474, and she works. You could get her to 777, and it's completely fine too. But skill books are so scarce now that it's, Helm, I won't delve too much into her. She only sees play in solo raid when you need healing for specific comps, so you should be fine on that front. You double roll Rouge while watching the stream and preparing breakfast? Oh, nice! Congrats on that, Aria. Wait, have you been shouting out, Aria, actually, now that I think about it? Let me shout you out, girl. There we go. You're playing Genshin recently, I see. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Can't believe they added Joker to the from Persona 5 to Nikke. Yeah, I like the Phantom Thief theme, personally. It's not a medical CDR B2 Nikke that the electrocoded team needs. What they need is a good B2 CDR Nikke. Because the only options for cooldown reduction on the Burst 2 slot are... I don't even know if Tuni has one of the two options, actually. Oh yeah, he has both options. Are Summer Helm, which is exclusively useful for electrocoded enemies, and Dola. And Dola is okay, I guess. But you lose too much by trying to slot in Exia, essentially. So you're better off at the moment not running Exia because there are better Burst 2 options that outweigh what Exia would bring to the table, essentially. In most scenarios, at least. But at the moment, what we are just waiting for is a good Burst 2 Nikke that would pair well with the Electric team. That's about it. Yeah, the Dola skin is really good. Why did I quit out this? Okay, so where were we? I mean, I guess we are just reaching the bottom of the barrel now. So most of these are kind of pointless. Although Guilty, don't sleep too much on her, Tuni. Well, it's not like a high priority. It's like very low on the priority list, but she does make her appearances on shotgun teams instead of Leona, depending on the type of boss. So for example, if it's a wind weak boss or if it's like certain types of bosses, sometimes it's better to just run Guilty over Leona, just because of the raw damage she does. Dola Alter Copium, imagine. Also, Summer Rosanna I still feel is quite decent though, but you know. Books are a scarce resource, so you kind of don't want to spread yourself too thin, honestly. That should about cover the account review. Do you have any questions, Tini? Anything you want me to cover in particular? Too late, spread thin as fuck. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, priority. Okay. I kind of already touched on the priority, but because you're mostly pushing solo raid and campaign push, because union raid-wise, you're good enough, honestly. Unless whatever fucking crazy Snow White is asking you to do, but... I would say that you're good enough for... I would say that you're good enough for union raid, honestly. Yeah, this seems about right. This seems about right for that. So priority-wise, if you're mostly focused on solo raid / campaign push, I would say for sure fix a little bit your Red Hood. So I'm top priority for the bosses, but the other thing is Red Hood is still a high priority for you because Red Hood makes an appearance both on solo raids, but also very frequently on campaign push. I probably don't need to tell you this, but Red Hood very frequently serves to kill priority targets along with Alice in the team comps. Now, your SNS is good enough, so I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Yeah, your SNS is good enough, honestly. Like, the only thing that you could try to fix is this, but it's a very low priority, all things considered, based on the other things. Your Ein, on the other hand, I would definitely fix the boots if you care about the bosses. So if you're still, for example, on Crystal Chamber, the highest priority would be for me to fix the boots and then start working on Red Hood. Basically fix the Ein, I mean. So Ein, boots, highest priority, hard reroll. No questions asked. Second priority would be either... resetting attributes, locking and rerolling, or hard rerolling, depending on how you prefer to do it. This is really up to preference. But definitely fix the chest piece. Then start working on the gloves. And honestly, the helmet is fine. If you really want to reset attributes to get higher elemental, that's completely fine. But, you know, that's fine. Back to Nikke. What recommended good team? Oh, I can get into that in a second, Visca, yeah. So Ein, if you're... Wait, where are you on campaign, actually? Let me just look where you are on campaign push. Because if you're at Crystal Chamber, then definitely Ein would be your top priority. If you have yet to reach Crystal Chamber... I mean, this is fine. You probably don't... Oh, this is fine. You probably will reach Crystal Chamber now. You'll probably reach Crystal Chamber, so I would say fix your Ein as the highest priority. It's about the Elemental as well. But... It's about the Elemental as well for Solo Raid, but... This is, for example, Luck Reroll the Rest. This is okay. This is Don't Touch It. It's just because you only have, like, very few things to fix, honestly. It's more like long-term, too. But if you want to go, like, full-blown campaign meta... let me think. So, definitely fix your Ein, because that's going to help you for Mirror Container and Crystal Chamber. Scarlet is low priority anyway, so I wouldn't focus too much on that. Pending testing, investing into Rouge. I don't know if you have her. Hold on, let me double check, because it completely escaped my mind to check if you had Rouge. No, you don't have her. That's fine. You can wishlist her. Don't worry too much about it. Ignore what I just said. So you probably... Ein, you probably will use Summer Anis. You will use Leader. Naga... you will use probably Naga, Ein, Summer Anis, Leader, and Crown. So probably fix first your Ein. After that, it's mostly going to be Solo Raid investments, honestly. SBS, you could try to fix her, but I think she's good enough, honestly. Although the boots, you could luck and reroll the rest, to be fair. Yeah, Ein and Zwei are in the Stunner banner. Don't know if Red Hood will help much for campaign. That's completely fair. That's completely fair. I'm saying both for the sake of, you know, Solo Raid and campaign push. Because, you know, having that elemental could really be helpful eventually. If you're talking pure short term, though, then definitely I would invest in... Oh, fuck. I'm losing my train of thought here because it's getting really late. I would definitely invest a little bit into SBS, just for the sake of farming the Rockas, just for the sake of those stages that you can just kill with Alice SBS. I would definitely look a little bit into Asuka, because I have seen some comps crop up with Asuka in hard campaign push. So I would definitely look a little bit into Asuka. If you're really looking into pure campaign push, I would look a little bit into Asuka. She gives like that core damage buff to fire Nikke's on top of her own damage. So I've seen those crop up a little bit. Pure campaign and solo raid push. Maddie definitely is like up there, but you don't have the skill book, so that will be a long-term project for you. There's like very minute things that you can optimize. Campaign-wise, unless you want to sink like 50 rocks on Alice, which I wouldn't recommend, honestly, there's not that much to do on the fire element side besides, you know, getting your Asuka up a little bit. And I don't feel it's super worthwhile to just hyper-focus on fire elemental damage just for the sake of campaign pushing. Oh yeah, I did mention Exia OL. Exia OL, the thing about Exia OL, right, is that for your campaign pushing purposes and for solo raid purposes, she's more of a future-proof, because right now she's missing one component to be used. But yeah, I would definitely overload Exia, at least just get her to overload. So fix Ein, Exia overload. I would honestly say do try to fix Red Hood, because that will help you a lot. You could try to up your Asuka a little bit, but honestly, like you could try to overload her better, but I'm a little bit iffy on that still personally, so I'm not too comfortable recommending it just yet. If you're comfortable with it, you could try to fix Asuka, as I mentioned earlier, how to fix her. Besides that, honestly, there's like very, very minute stuff. Like I said, SBS, you could go for that for certain spots on the campaign push just to try to get that. Because I think she's mostly elemental, isn't she? You have attack here. Okay, so this one would be more of an elemental. You could try to luck here and try to aim for an extra line of attack, which could be helpful for some screen wipes, but overall your SBS is good to go. Beyond that, what are your dolls at? That purple doll, level 5. Get this to level 5. But yeah, no, beyond that, there's like not that much to say. At least campaign push-wise, I would say. Solo raid-wise, if I had to go solo raid-wise, again, Red Hood, you could go a little bit more into Summer Sakura, but that's iffy. That's only if you care about win week solo raid, which for the most part is not all that important currently. Winter Ludmilla, if you care about the upcoming solo raid, you could definitely try to reset these attributes for sure in decently high priority and just try to get a little bit more elemental damage and ammo. But if you don't care about the upcoming solo raid all that much and the rankings, then you can completely ignore Ludmilla for now, because she's in a decent spot for you at the moment. That's should be about. You're going to lock ammo line on Ein before doing the review. Good thing you did that. Oh, Viper Overload. Oh yeah, because you want to build Viper. I mean, you could overload her and say, I love PvP. Personally, I'm currently not still a huge fan of Viper's treasure because it's like a selfish treasure. But if you go for her treasure, it will, CP pad her a lot. If you do decide to overload her because you love a PvP, you did do Mirror Container for her Tetra Glove. Re-enter Burst 2, yeah, it is Re-enter Burst 2, but it's like a selfish... she doesn't really provide support, so you're sacking a slot for a B2 damage dealer, essentially. Which I'm not a massive fan of, personally. Like, if you look at her... Wait, I needed to go to Treasure, whoops. If you look at her treasure, right, because I do have it, so I could show it to you in a bit. If you look at her treasure, the re-entry is here. It's on phase 3, so it will take a while to reach. And the other stuff is extra damage as sustained damage. Right? So she does more damage as sustained damage for 10 seconds. And sustained damage extra when in vamp status. So she essentially buffs herself and does sustained damage for like a 1000 attack ratio of final attack. Total over 10 seconds, essentially. So 105 every second for 10 seconds. And then a re-entry. So the thing that I don't like is that she doesn't buff the other sustained damage Nikas. So if you were to make a team, right, for sustained damage, let's just grab this team. If you were to make like a sustained damage team, first and foremost, you would need a good buffer on your sustain. So you're probably, like, if you want to go like full on meta, you would probably put something like Leader. But after that, if you want to go like full on sustained damage, you would go Rosanna. And if you want to slot Viper, then you would need to slot... Wait, where the fuck is Viper? Oh, there she is. So you would have something like this, and then you would just have 2 slots left over. One for Summer Sakura, and one for whatever juicer you want to put with them. Which is doable, but I'm not like the biggest fan of. So you could put like Maxwell Juicer or something. Heavily encouraging Treasure Viper investment? I mean, that's fair enough. I need to test it more. That's the main thing, because I barely just got it myself. So it could be good, but I'm still on the fence about it, personally. I'm not convinced. I'm not a huge fan of selfish B2 damage dealers, essentially. And that's what Viper ends up being. Especially because the treasure is also like the increase on sustained damage that she gets herself is conditional to her stealth status. Now, you regain it every time you go to stealth, but there is that consideration too. It's not 100% uptime. But yeah, I could see why they would recommend it, but it would end up looking something like this, essentially. Because you would want a juicer that also does damage, and then you would want your Sakura, you would want your sustained damage. And then for B1, I mean, you would end up using leader if that's what you want to use, but there ain't that much more that is like very good to pair with them, essentially. It would end up looking something like this. Well, what else is she gonna buff though? I mean, again, what else is she gonna buff though? What is going to be higher attack than Summer Sakura? I don't think Summer Rosanna is gonna be higher than your Summer Sakura, so if it's Viper, I mean, I guess, but then you're juicing up your Viper. Yeah. So unless your Viper is higher than Summer Sakura, because Maxwell is gonna buff herself and Summer Sakura. Yeah, she does buff herself. She does buff herself, but she also buffs your Summer Sakura, which is the one that is going to do most of the heavy lifting in your sustained damage team. Again, I'm very much on the fence about Viper's damage. I would need to test Viper proper to know her actual damage. But at the moment, like, I haven't done spreadsheet math on them, right? I haven't had the time to spreadsheet them. But I would say probably I would prefer Summer Sakura, yes, getting the buff. Because, all of her damage is, like, pretty potent. And it happens during burst as well. So you would get, the 10 sequential attacks buffed by Maxwell. You would get the dots being buffed by Maxwell, etc. So personally, yeah, I would personally prefer Sakura getting buffed over Viper. But I cannot freely speak on Viper because there's still testing to be done. I do have Viper Treasure and I'm building it, so we will get those results soon enough. Do you have any other questions, Tini? Yeah, can bench? Okay. Oh yeah, it's already past midnight. I ended up not playing HSR at all. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's fine though. Okay, let me just get out of your account and just start closing shop then. A good pay-to-wait team for free-to-play team. I could go really quickly in my account and just showcase tell your no, don't worry about it. Like, I'm very much happy to provide this type of information. Viper Treasure, from what you've seen tested, is very good. The problem is that good by what standards is because the problem is, how do I put it? What standards are we defining good, right? Because I hear people say that X Nikkei is good and so on, and I just almost never use them because, comparatively, there's better stuff to use, essentially. Now, it's possible that Viper is good, though. It's very much possible. I'm just not convinced just yet. Just not convinced yet. Rerolling I now YOLO. Fair enough. I mean, if you want like a meta team Visca, the best meta team currently for campaign push is Crown with Naga with either D Killer Wife or Leader. And usually it's D Killer Wife there. And then you want Alice and Red Hood or Alice and Scarlet Black Shadow. Most of the time it's going to be with Red Hood though. But yeah. Honestly, I think I'm just going to end here. So GG's everyone, and thanks a lot for dropping by. I really appreciate it. I'm going to send you guys over to someone. I just need to figure out whom. Let's see. let's see who is streaming at the moment. Oh, you know what? Pyre is having his suckathon, so let's just increase the timer, shall we? Okay, so the raid message is have fun with the timer, bozo. Okay? I want everyone as we raid into Pyre to say have fun with the timer, bozo. Okay? We're gonna love his reaction. But yeah, I'll catch you guys on Saturday for more Nikke and FF14. And yeah, thanks a lot for dropping by. Don't forget to join the raid, by the way, if you guys are interested in this. But yeah, I'll catch you guys on Saturday. Have a good one, guys.